Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Deku awakened the powers of One Punch Man and fell in love with Tatsumaki and Fubuki? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Unregistered Quirk. The air in Musudafu was thick enough to chew. It was a noxious cocktail of humidity, smoke, and the metallic tang of collective fear. A sweltering midsummer noon had been torn asunder by the shriek of sirens and the guttural roars of a monster born of desperation and raw sewage. The sludge villain was an amorphous, writhing mass of putrid green, a living tsunami of filth that had engulfed a sizable portion of the shopping district. Pro-heroes had been on the scene for what felt like an eternity. Mount Lady stood awkwardly at the periphery, her identification quirk a crippling liability in the narrow street, where a single misstep would turn buildings into dust and civilians into paste. Kamui Woods, his lacquered arms poised, could only watch the villain's captive. A boy with explosive, ash-blonde hair, unleashed frantic, desperate blasts that set the surrounding sludge ablaze. Fire was Kamui's absolute weakness. The heroic duo was reduced to glorified crowd control. Death Arms was trying to brute force his way through the semi-liquid body, but his punches just sank into the muck with a disgusting squelch, his impressive strength render Ed useless against a foe with no solid form to break. Backdraft, the water-wielding hero, was fighting a losing battle, his hoses barely containing the spreading fires while the villain itself remained largely unharmed. They were doing what they could. They were following protocol. But it wasn't enough. In the packed crowd, held back by Backdraft's water barriers, a young man stood perfectly still. He wasn't like the others, who were filming with their phones, shouting encouragement, or gasping in horror. He was an island of placid calm in a sea of panic. He was 17, but a profound weariness had settled deep in his bones. His head was perfectly, unnaturally bald, gleaming under the harsh afternoon sun like a polished river stone. He wore a simple, cheap-looking yellow tracksuit with a red zipper. The kind you'd buy from a discount store, along with a pair of plain white sneakers and red rubber gloves. He looked less like a hero enthusiast and more like someone who had gotten lost on his way to a janitorial job. This was Izuku Midoriya, though the boy he used to be was little more than a ghost, a shed skin left behind a year ago. The timid, stuttering, quirkless fanboy had died somewhere between the 1,000th push-up that made his arms scream and the 100th kilometer that made his lungs burn with the fire of a dying star. He had followed the regimen he'd devised in a fit of desperate, suicidal ideation. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Every single day. For a quirkless boy whose body was, by all accounts, completely average, it was a death sentence. And for the first few months, it felt like one. His muscles tore, his bones ached with a deep, resonant agony. He coughed up blood, he passed out from exhaustion more times than he could count. His hair, for some inexplicable reason, began to fall out in clumps until there was nothing left. His mother thought he was sick. The doctors found nothing wrong with him. Bakugo and his friends, when they saw his increasingly gaunt frame and bald head, had escalated their taunts from quirkless Deku to cancer patient Deku. He had ignored it all. The pain, the insults, the concern, it all became background noise. There was only the regimen, only the promise he had made to himself. He would become a hero, or he would die trying. He would push his body until it either developed a quirk or broke completely. And then, one day, about 7 months in, something did break. It wasn't a bone or a muscle. It was something deeper. He was on his 9th kilometer, his body screaming its usual symphony of pain. When a profound and sudden silence fell over him, the agony vanished, the exhaustion evaporated, the burning in his lungs was replaced by a cool, effortless rhythm. He felt a distinct click deep within his soul. Like a lock disengaging, he finished his run. Then he did his push-ups, his sit-ups, his squats. There was no strain. It felt as easy as breathing. He had shattered something inside himself. A barrier he never knew existed. His limiter. From that day on, the world felt different. Slower. Quieter. less threatening. He had gained something, a power so absolute and incomprehensible that it had fundamentally rewired his perception of reality. But he had also lost something. The burning passion, the desperate yearning, the frantic anxiety, it was all gone, replaced by a deep, unshakable calm. And a growing sense of detachment. He watched the scene before him with the same mild interest he might watch a nature documentary. The pro-heroes were trying their best. The villain was a legitimate threat. The victim, he noted with a flicker of recognition, was Katsuki Bakugo. His childhood friend, his tormentor. Bakugo's eyes, wide with terror and rage, met his for a fraction of a second across the chaotic street. There was no recognition in them, only the raw, primal fear of a boy suffocating. He's going to die, Izuku thought. The observation is simple. And direct as noting the color of the sky. The heroes can't get to him in time. All Might isn't here. He scanned the rooftops, a habit born of years of hero worshipping. He saw a few reporters and a cameraman frantically setting up, but no sign of the symbol of peace. Later, he would learn that All Might had been held up just a few blocks away, mobbed by an adoring press after a minor bank robbery. His time limit ticking away with every pointless question. Izuku's gaze returned to Bakugo. The explosions were getting weaker. The boy's struggles were becoming more frantic, less powerful. The sludge was creeping higher, covering his mouth. I should stop that, he decided. The thought wasn't born of a surge of adrenaline or a desperate need to prove himself. It was a simple, logical conclusion. A problem existed, and he possessed the solution. He took a step, then another. He walked through the crowd, which parted before him, a few people murmuring about his strange appearance. He passed under the police tape as if it wasn't there. Hey, kid, get back here, Death Arms shouted, his attention momentarily torn from the villain. It's not safe. Izuku didn't respond. He just kept walking, his cheap sneakers making soft, rhythmic padding sounds on the asphalt. The heat from the fires washed over him, but he didn't feel it. The roar of the villain was just a dull noise. The woe, RLD seemed to move in slow motion around him, every detail crystal clear. He could see the individual beads of sweat on Bakugo's face, the desperate flex of his fingers as he tried to claw his way free. The sludge villain finally noticed him. Its two large, grotesque eyes, floating in the muck, swiveled to focus on the approaching boy. A new skin suit, it gurgled, a sound like a blocked drain. You've got a death wish, kid. It lunged, sending a massive, thick tendril of sludge lashing out at him. It moved with incredible speed, fast enough to have flattened a car. To Izuku, it was a lazy, telegraphed arc. He didn't dodge. He didn't brace himself. He simply continued his unhurried pace, raising his right fist. It was a movement devoid of any flair or dramatic tension. He wasn't winding up for a super move. He wasn't shouting a heroic catchphrase. He was just throwing a punch. A simple, straight jab, the kind a boxer might throw in practice. His gloved fist connected with the thick, fluid body of the villain. There was no sound, not at first. For a single, silent, crystalline moment, everything froze. And then, the world erupted. The point of impact became a sun. The sludge villain didn't just splatter. It atomized. The entirety of its massive body, along with the captured Bakugo, vanished in a fine, green-tinged mist that was instantly vaporized. The force of the punch didn't stop there. It continued forward, a pure, invisible concussion wave that tore through the air itself. The fires that had been raging on either side of the street were extinguished in an instant, snuffed out like candles. The shockwave hit the buildings behind where the villain had been, and every single window for 3 blocks shattered simultaneously, raining down a waterfall of glass. Heat pressure differential was so immense that it created its own weather system. The humid, overcast sky directly above the street was punched clean through. The clouds for miles in every direction were violently blasted away, revealing a perfect, shocking circle of brilliant, deep blue. The sun beat down on the street, suddenly unobscured, as a gentle rain. The condensed moisture of the villain's body and the humid air began to fall. The sound followed a half-second later. It wasn't an explosion. It was a physical presence, a deafening whump that felt like the sky itself had cracked. The crowd was thrown back like a wave. The pro-heroes, shielded by their training and enhanced bodies, were still sent stumbling, their ears ringing, their minds reeling in absolute, stupefied shock. The rain fell on the silent, glass-strewn street. Bakugo landed on the asphalt with a hard thump, completely unharmed, gasping for air and staring at the impossibly blue sky. And in the middle of it all stood Izuku Midoriya. His fist still extended. He held the pose for a moment, then slowly lowered his arm, looking at his red-gloved knuckles with a familiar, faint sense of disappointment. "Oh," he murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper in the sudden, ringing silence. "I used too much power again. Crap." The silence stretched for 10 seconds, then 20. It was a profound, holy quiet, the kind that follows an event so far outside the bounds of normal experience that the human brain simply refuses to process it. Heroes, civilians, and the newly arrived All Might, who had rounded the core. NER just in time to witness the punch that changed the weather, were all frozen, their minds blank slates of pure, unadulterated awe. Then, chaos erupted. It started with a single, terrified scream from the crowd, which broke the spell. Everyone started talking at once, shouting, pointing, crying. The pro-heroes snapped back to life, their training kicking in, though their faces were pale and their movements shaky. Death Arms took a half-step towards Izuku and then stopped, as if approaching a bomb. Kamui Woods was staring at the perfectly clear sky, his mouth agape. What was that? Mount, Lady whispered, her voice trembling. Izuku, meanwhile, was starting to feel uncomfortable. Everyone was staring at him. He hated being stared at. It was a remnant of his old life, a phantom limo. Social anxiety that his newfound power hadn't quite managed to excise. He looked down at himself. His school uniform, which he'd been wearing under the tracksuit, had been shredded by the sheer force of his own movement. The fabric unable to withstand the friction. The tracksuit itself, thankfully, was still intact. He'd bought it at a sale last week. It was surprisingly durable. He sighed and started to walk away. He just wanted to go home and see what was for dinner. Halt. The voice was sharp, authoritative. A group of men and women in pristine black suits were suddenly there, appearing as if from the shadows. They moved with an eerie, coordinated grace, their faces impassive. Hero Public Safety Commission. Their presence meant the situation had escalated beyond the scope of local heroes. "Sir," the lead agent said, his eyes fixed on Izuku, betraying a hint of the terror he was trying to conceal. "You are to come with us. Your quirk has been registered as an S-class potential threat. We need to debrief and quarantine you for assessment." Izuku blinked. "Quirk?" he asked, genuinely confused. "I don't have a quirk." The agent's professional mask cracked. "Son, you just punched a hole in the sky. This isn't the time for jokes. Please, come with us quietly." Izuku just looked at him, then at the assembled heroes, the gawking crowd, and the crying, gasping form of Bakugo being tended to by paramedics. This was all getting very complicated. And he was getting bored. "No, thank you," he said politely. "I have to get home. It's almost time for the evening news." And with that, he turned and began to walk away again. "Stop him," the agent commanded. Two of his subordinates moved to intercept, their hands reaching for something under their coats. Izuku didn't even look back. He took a small step, a casual hop, and vanished. He reappeared on the roof of a 5-story building across the street, his form just a yellow dot against the blue sky. He gave a small, awkward wave to the stunned faces below, then turned and disappeared over the edge. The HPSC agents stood frozen, their hands hovering over their sidearms. How do you quarantine a man who can defy the laws of physics out of sheer boredom? All Might, who had been watching from the edge of the alley, finally let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. His muscular form flickered, and he quickly ducked back out of sight before he reverted to his skeletal true self. The power he had witnessed, it wasn't a quirk. Quirks had rules, limits, biological tells. What he had just seen was something else entirely. It was primordial, absolute, the sacred flame of one for all, the accumulated power of 9 generations of heroes, felt like a flickering match in the face of that casual, world-breaking punch. For the first time since he had defeated All for One, Toshinori Yagi felt a profound, bone-deep sense of dread. A power like that, untethered and unknown, could either be the world's greatest savior or its final absolute destruction. An hour later, in a quiet, debris-strewn side street several districts over, Izuku sat on a park bench, contemplating his next move. His stomach rumbled. He'd used the money he had on him to buy the tracksuit after his uniform was destroyed, so he had nothing left for food. He was just considering the long walk home when a shadow fell over him. He looked up to see a woman. She was tall and striking, with a figure that was both elegant and powerful. She wore a dark green dress, a white fur-trimmed coat despite the heat, and a pearl necklace. Her dark hair was styled in a sleek bob, and her sharp, intelligent eyes were currently sizing him up with an intensity that could curdle milk. She was flanked by about a dozen men in sharp black suits, all of whom carried an air of carefully controlled menace. Izuku recognized her instantly from hero forums. Fubuki, the B-class rank 1 hero known as Hellish Blizzard, leader of the Blizzard group. Sister of the S-class rank 2, Tatsumaki. Fubuki had heard the reports. A walking natural disaster. An unidentified male who had vaporized a villain and altered the local weather with a single punch before casually evading the HPSC. The incident had occurred in what she considered her territory. Any significant power that emerged here was either a threat to be crushed or an asset to be absorbed. Given the scale of the power described, crushing was likely off the table. "You're the one from the news," she said, her voice smooth and confident, though her heart was hammering against her ribs. Standing this close to him, she could feel it, a terrifying, crushing pressure in the air, a sense of stillness so profound it felt like the universe was holding its breath. He wasn't emitting an aura, he was a gravity well of sheer, latent power. Izuku looked at her, then at her entourage. "Oh, are you a hero? I like your coat." The compliment was so simple, so genuine, that it momentarily threw Fubuki off her rhythm. She had prepared a speech, a carefully crafted mix of intimidation, flattery, and logic. She cleared her throat, regaining her composure. "I am Fubuki, and this," she gestured to the men behind her. "As the Blizzard group, we've taken an interest in you. An individual with your level of power, operating alone, is a target. You're a nail that sticks up, and you will be hammered down by those who are jealous. By villains, by the government itself. There is no future for a solo hero who doesn't play the game." Izuku listened politely, his expression placid. He nodded as if he were taking it all in. Fubuki pressed her advantage, sensing she had his attention. "But there is strength in numbers. As part of a faction, my faction, you will have protection, resources, a support network. You will rise through the ranks, and no one will dare to touch you. The Blizzard group is destined for the top of the hero world, and with you, we can get there. I am offering you a place. Join me, stand with us, and you will have everything." She finished her speech, a triumphant glint in her eyes. It was a good pitch. It appealed to ambition, to fear, to the need for community. D worked on dozens of other promising B-class heroes. Izuku considered her words for a long, silent moment. Fubuki held her breath. "Okay," Izuku said finally. "So, if I join your group, does that mean we can all go get some udon together? I'm really hungry." Fubuki stared. Her brain, a finely tuned instrument of social strategy and power dynamics, simply short-circuited. He hadn't addressed her points. He hadn't negotiated his position. He hadn't asked about pay or rank. He had completely and utterly missed the entire subtext of her carefully constructed power play and honed in on the single most mundane, irrelevant detail. "Udon." One of her subordinates, the one called Monkey Lashes, muttered in disbelief. What?" Fubuki stammered, her composure shattering. "We're discussing your future, your place in the hero hierarchy, and you're asking about noodles." "Yeah, a big bowl of cake udon sounds really good right now," Izuku said, a faint, wistful look on his face. "With extra tempura flakes. But I don't have any money." Fubuki felt a vein begin to throb in her temple. Was this an act? Was he mocking her? She looked into his eyes and saw nothing but guileless, straightforward sincerity. He wasn't playing a deeper game. He was just a simple-minded man-child who happened to possess the power of a god. The revelation was both infuriating and terrifying. Just then, a low groan echoed from above. A large section of cornice from a building damaged by his earlier shockwave broke loose. It was a chunk of concrete the size of a car, and it was plummeting directly towards Eyelashes, another of her key lieutenants. Fubuki's powers flared to life, a green aura enveloping her as she prepared to catch the massive debris with her psychokinesis. But she was too slow. Before her power could even fully manifest, Izuku moved. He didn't stand up. He didn't even seem to tense. He just casually raised his left hand and flicked his index finger in the direction of the falling rubble. It was a gesture one might use to shoo a fly. A small, almost invisible distortion shot from his fingertip. It wasn't a projectile, it was pure kinetic force. It struck a tiny pebble on the ground, which then launched upwards like a railgun slug. The pebble hit the massive slab of concrete. The result was disproportionate and horrifying. The concrete slab didn't just break. It detonated. It exploded into a cloud of fine gray dust, which was then blasted sideways by the residual force. The shockwave from the pebble's impact slammed into the building across the street, not the one the debris had fallen from. A web of deep, structural cracks instantly spread across its brick facade, and the entire building groaned, visibly slumping a few inches on its foundation. The Blizzard group stared, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated terror. They had all seen power before. They wielded it themselves. Fubuki's own psychokinesis was formidable. But this was different. This wasn't a quirk. This was a violation of the laws of physics. He had just condemned an entire building with a flick. He had casually demonstrated more destructive force in a single, lazy gesture than their entire group could muster combined. Izuku looked at the newly damaged building and winced. "Ah, sorry about that," he said, turning back to Fubuki's horrified face. "So, no udon." Fubuki's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Fear, certainly. Awe, absolutely. But beneath it all, a strange, new feeling was bubbling up, an intense, all-consuming intrigue. She had spent her entire life in the shadow of her sister, Tatsumaki. A being of such immense power that she warped the world around her. Fubuki had always believed that true strength came from strategy, numbers, and control. Power, she believed, had to be managed. But this man, he wasn't managing his power. He was power. It radiated from him as effortlessly as heat from the sun. He wasn't arrogant or cruel. He didn't seem to have an agenda. He was just a simple, kind, slightly dim-witted boy who was concerned about lunch and apologized for accidentally cracking a skyscraper. He was an anomaly, a titan in a tracksuit, and the C.A. Reefily constructed world of hero rankings and power politics she had built for herself suddenly seemed like a child's sandcastle before a tidal wave. She took a shaky breath, forcing her expression back into one of cool control. Though it was a poor imitation. "Fine," she said, her voice a little strained. "We'll get you udon. My treat. But we will talk." Izuku's face broke into a wide, genuine smile. It was the first real expression he'd shown all day, and it was so bright and unguarded it was almost blinding. "Awesome. Thank you very much," he exclaimed, standing up. "You're a really nice hero, Fubuki-san." As she led her terrified, silent subordinates and this impossible being down the street, Fubuki found herself utterly bewildered. She had come to recruit an asset, a weapon to help her surpass her sister. Instead, she felt like she had just adopted a stray nuclear bomb with the personality of a golden retriever. And for some reason, the thought didn't scare her as much as it should have. It was interesting. The news of the unnamed puncher spread faster than the fires he had extinguished. Cell phone footage, though shaky and of poor quality, went viral. News channels ran the clip on a loop, the unassuming bald man in the yellow tracksuit, the casual walk, the simple punch, and the sky-rending aftermath. Pundits and analysts were in a frenzy. "It is, without a doubt, the single most powerful quirk demonstration ever caught on camera," said one expert on a primetime news show. "The sheer kinetic output required to disperse that much cloud cover is astronomical. We're talking about a power that dwarfs even All Might in his prime." The Hero Public Safety Commission was in full-blown panic mode. They had no name, no photo, no record of this individual. His statement that he was quirkless was dismissed as absurd, but it meant they had no entry for him in the National Quirk Registry. He was a ghost, a John Doe with the power to level a city. An untraceable, uncontrollable variable. The president of the HPSC, A woman with eyes of cold steel and a will to match, slammed her fist on her desk. An asset of this magnitude could not be allowed to remain a free agent. He had to be found. He had to be controlled. Meanwhile, in a sleek skyscraper that served as the headquarters for the Hero Association, a private organization that managed and ranked a different subset of heroes, often competing with the HPSC for influence and talent, the mood was euphoric. S-Class. S-Class rank 1, no question. A portly executive with a chin-strap beard shouted, pointing at the screen. Find this man. Offer him anything. A blank check. A penthouse apartment. We need him on our roster. Imagine the marketing potential. And in a dark, secure office, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi watched the footage for the 20th time with his old friend, Toshinori Yagi. My quirk, lie detector, is useless without talking to him, Tsukauchi said, rubbing his tired eyes. But my gut tells me he was telling the truth. Toshi. When he said he didn't have a quirk, Toshinori, in his skeletal form, coughed into a handkerchief, a small fleck of blood appearing on the cloth. He stared at the screen, at the yellow figure whose simple punch had dwarfed his own life's work. He felt the embers of one for all within him, a power meant to be the ultimate shield for humanity, and it felt small. Insignificant. It's possible, Toshinori whispered, his voice raspy. There are theories, singularities, awakenings, events that fall outside our understanding of quirks. But whatever he is, he changes everything. The symbol of peace, the pillar upon which their entire hero society was built, looked at the image of the bald man in the cheap tracksuit, and for the first time in his life, he felt truly, utterly obsolete. A new era had begun, not with a triumphant shout, but with a simple punch and a quiet apology. And nobody, least of all Izuku Midoriya himself, knew what would happen next. Chapter 2. The entrance exam is a joke. The path to UA High was paved with the frantic, chattering energy of 1,000 anxious dreams. Izuku Midoriya walked through the gates, a placid island in a churning sea of tension. He'd woken up that morning, done his 100 push-ups, his 100 sit-ups, his 100 squats, and his 10-kilometer run. He'd eaten a banana and 2 pieces of toast. He'd put on a clean, comfortable tracksuit. For him, this was just another Tuesday. For everyone else, it was the single most important day of their young lives. He could feel their nerves radiating off them in waves. There were students frantically reviewing notes, their lips moving in silent, desperate prayer. Others were stretching, their muscles coiled tight with a mixture of excitement and terror. A boy with engines in his calves was doing high-knee exercises with military precision, his face a mask of stern determination. A girl with pink skin and horns was bouncing on the balls of her feet, exuding a bubbly, infectious energy that seemed to bounce right off Izuku's serene indifference. Then he saw him. The explosive, spiky blonde hair was unmistakable. Katsuki Bakugo stood with a small group of sycophants, his hands shoved in his pockets, a signature scowl plastered on his face. He radiated a different kind of energy, not anxiety, but pure, predatory confidence. His crimson eyes scanned the crowd, dismissing every other applicant as a worthless stepping stone on his path to greatness. Those eyes eventually landed on Izuku. For a moment, they widened in disbelief, before narrowing into slits of pure, unadulterated contempt. The sight of Izuku, quirkless, useless, pathetic Deku, standing here, at the gates of the most prestigious hero academy in the world, was a personal insult. But it was the way he stood that truly grated on Bakugo's soul. The timid, stuttering, tear-streaked weakling was gone. In his place was this blank slate. This bald, placid idiot in a cheap tracksuit who looked like he'd wandered in looking for the nearest public restroom. Deku, Bakugo snarled, stomping over, his cronies trailing behind like hyenas. The crowd instinctively parted for him. What the hell are you doing here? Did you get lost on your way to a career fair for janitors? Izuku turned his head slowly, his expression unchanging. Oh, hey, Kachan, I'm here for the entrance exam. His voice was calm, level. There was no fear, no stutter. The lack of his usual cowering reaction was like gasoline on a fire. Bakugo's hands began to spark. The exam. You think you can even get past the front door? You quirkless reject. This isn't a place for playing pretend. Get lost before you get yourself killed and embarrass me. Izuku just blinked. I don't think they'd have a test that kills people. That seems like a bad business model. There'd be a lot of lawsuits. The sheer, logical simplicity of the statement disarmed Bakugo for a fraction of a second. He was expecting a whimper, a cry, a flinch. He got a deadpan observation about legal liability. It was so bizarre, so completely out of character, that his rage momentarily short-circuited. Just stay out of my way, Bakugo finally growled, shoving past him with a shoulder check that would have sent the old Izuku sprawling. This Izuku didn't move. It was like Bakugo had tried to shoulder check a concrete pylon. The force of the impact jarred Bakugo's own arm, and he stumbled a step, looking back with a flash of confused fury. Izuku hadn't even seemed to notice. He was already walking toward the auditorium, his gaze fixed forward. Probably wondering if the cafeteria served katsudon. Bakugo watched him go, a cold, unfamiliar feeling worming its way into his gut. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was a sliver of bewilderment. Something was profoundly wrong with Deku, and he hated it. The written exam was held in a cavernous hall that smelled of old paper, floor polish, and concentrated stress. Izuku found his assigned seat and sat down. The proctor, a stern-looking hero with retractable claws, gave a long, droning speech about the importance of integrity and the dire consequences of cheating. Izuku listened politely, his mind cataloging the best grocery stores in the area and trying to remember if the 20% off coupon for premium soy sauce expired today or tomorrow. When the papers were distributed, a hush fell over the room, broken only by the frantic scratching of pencils. Izuku picked his up and began to work. Mathematics, history, ethics, literature, quirk theory. The questions were direct and logical. He answered them. His mind, unburdened by the panic and self-doubt that plagued his peers, processed the information with clean, simple efficiency. He finished the 2-hour exam in 27 minutes. He triple-checked his answers, not out of anxiety, but because it seemed like the polite thing to do. Finding no errors, he leaned back in his chair. He still had over an hour and a half to kill. He looked around. The boy with the engines was writing so furiously his pencil was practically smoking. The girl with the pink skin was chewing on the end of her own pencil, deep in thought. Bakugo was hunched over his paper, a look of ferocious concentration on his face. Boredom began to set in. Izuku's gaze drifted to the window, watching a small bird build a nest on a nearby branch. He considered taking a nap, but that might be rude. Instead, he took out a spare sheet of paper and began to doodle. He drew a cat. Then he gave the cat a little hero cape. Then he drew the cat fighting a giant, monstrous ball of yarn. He was just adding laser eyes to the yarn ball when the proctor called time. He handed in his test and his doodle, receiving a strange look from the clawed hero, and filed out with the rest of the students into an even larger auditorium for the practical exam briefing. The lights dimmed, and a massive screen lit up behind a ridiculously high stage. HELLOOOOOOOO, potential students. And welcome to the main event. The voice of Present Mike, the voice hero, boomed through the speakers, shaking the very foundations of the building. Are you ready to get this party started? A dead, awkward silence answered him. Izuku watched, intrigued. Tough crowd. Present Mike continued, undeterred. All right, let me break it down for you. In a few moments, you'll be heading to one of our state-of-the-art urban mock battlefields. You can bring whatever you want from your application. Once you're there, you'll have 10 minutes to go wild. The screen behind him lit up with pixelated images of 3 different types of robots. Your goal is to take out these nasty villa bots. Each one is worth a different point value. 1 pointers are your easy fodder. 2 pointers are a little trickier. And 3 pointers are the real prize. Your job is to use your quirks to rack up as many points as you can and show us what you're made of. The boy with the engines shot to his feet. His hand raised ramrod straight. Sir, on the printout, there are 4 types of villains listed, not 3. If this is a misprint on UA's official materials, it is a great shame. Furthermore, you, with the unkempt green, he swiveled to point a rigid finger, but stopped, confused, searching for the person he'd seen muttering during the briefing in the manga he'd read. He found only the calm, bald Izuku. The boy paused, flustered, before continuing. You should take this more seriously. Izuku just looked at him. then at his own hair, then back at the boy. He supposed it was, technically, unkempt. All right, examinee 7111, thanks for the enthusiasm. Present Mike shouted. An excellent question. The fourth villain bot is the 0-pointer. Think of it as a gimmick, a stage hazard. It's worth no points, so my advice is to avoid it like the plague. That's all I've got for you. Now, I'll leave you with our school's motto. Plus ultra. Go beyond. The students were herded onto buses and driven to their respective battle centers. Izuku found himself in Battle Center B, a sprawling, detailed replica of a modern city, complete with skyscrapers, alleyways, and paved roads. He stood before a pair of colossal gates, surrounded by other hopefuls. The boy with the engines was there, as was the bubbly pink girl, and a boy with a bird-like head. The tension was a physical force now. Everyone was poised, ready to spring into action the second the signal was given. And, begin. Present Mike's voice echoed from hidden speakers. Nothing happened. The students looked around at each other. Confused. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Go, go, go. A wave of teenagers surged forward, a cacophony of quirks activating. Explosions, ice, lasers, and stretching limbs filled the entrance as they all scrambled for the first points. Izuku just started walking. He ambled past the gate at a steady, unhurried pace, his hands in the pockets of his tracksuit. The other students were already deep inside, their battle cries echoing off the concrete canyons. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. A one-pointer, a chunky machine on a single wheel, rolled toward him, its red optic glowing. A machine gun barrel swiveled out from its chassis and locked onto his position. Target acquired. Eliminate, it buzzed in a monotone voice. It fired. A stream of rubber bullets, designed to sting and incapacitate, shot toward Izuku. He didn't dodge. He didn't brace himself. He just kept walking. The bullets flattened against Hi's tracksuit and fell to the ground like harmless hailstones. The robot paused its assault, its internal processors likely trying to reconcile the data. Izuku stopped in front of it. He looked at the machine, then pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He cocked his fist back a few inches, and punched. He wasn't trying to do anything special. It was just a punch. A normal punch. There was no deafening boom. Instead, there was a strange, compressed thump, like the sound of a giant mattress being dropped from a great height. The air in front of his fist solidified, becoming a battering ram of pure kinetic force. The one-pointer didn't explode. It was unmade. Every bolt, every plate, every wire and circuit board was simultaneously blasted into a cloud of shimmering, metallic dust that hung in the air like confetti at a grim parade. The shockwave from the punch continued past it, carving a perfectly clean, 50-foot wide trench down the center of the street for 3 city blocks before finally dissipating. Several buildings on either side of the trench had all of their windows blown out. Izuku looked at his fist, then at the glittering cloud of robot dust. He put his hand back in his pocket and continued his leisurely stroll. From a darkened observation room high above the city, a collection of screens flickered, displaying feeds from every battle center. A group of pro-heroes, the faculty of UA, watched in stunned silence. Did anyone just see that? Midnight asked, leaning forward, her eyes wide. I saw it, but I don't believe it, said Smentos. The power reading on that attack it broke the sensor. Aizawa, his eyes narrowed, rewound the footage. He played it back in slow motion. A bald kid in a tracksuit. A simple, straight punch. A robo. T and 3 city blocks ceasing to be a problem. What's his quirk? The file says he's quirkless. All Might, in his skeletal form, felt a cold dread mixed with a profound, terrifying awe. He had seen that punch before. The punch that had changed the weather. This was him. The boy from the sludge villain incident. That power. It was raw, absolute, and it had nothing to do with One for All. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and primal. Nezu, the principal, sat in his high-backed chair, his paws steepled in front of his snout. His usual cheerful demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression of intense, almost predatory fascination. Well now, he squeaked, his black eyes glittering. This is unexpected. Back in Battle Center B, Izuku was finding the whole experience to be profoundly underwhelming. He'd walk a block, another robot would appear, and he'd punch it. A two-pointer, a sleek, vaguely canine machine, lunged at him. He tapped its head with his knuckle. Its armored skull caved in, and its entire body crumpled into a dense, compact ball of scrap metal that rolled to a stop by his feet. A trio of three-pointers, tall, humanoid mechs with missile pods on their shoulders, surrounded him. They all fired at once. Izuku just sighed, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. The air pressure from the motion alone was enough to shred the missiles in midair and the three robots tumbling end over end, crashing into a building and falling silent. He was accumulating points at a rate that the system, and the teachers watching, could barely comprehend. But he wasn't feeling any sense of accomplishment. It wasn't a challenge. It wasn't even a workout. It was just pest control. Boredom, his new and most frequent companion, began to creep in. He saw the wreckage of the robots he'd dispatched. The twisted metal, the gleaming wires, the shattered optical lenses. An idea, born of sheer tedium, sparked in his mind. He walked over to the compacted ball that used to be a two-pointer. He picked it up, his fingers easily finding purchase in the metal. With a casual squeeze, he began to reshape it. He pulled a section out, lengthening it into a thin leg. He twisted another part, forming it into a delicate, abstract wing. He found the wreckage of another bot and, with the ease of a master sculptor working with soft clay, tore off a sheet of plating and began to fold it into an intricate metallic flower. For the next 5 minutes, Izuku Midoriya, the leading point scorer in the UA entrance exam, ignored the test entirely. He wandered the deserted streets, collecting scrap metal and adding to his creation. He built a small, surrealist sculpture in the middle of a plaza, a bizarre chimera of animal, machine, and plant. It was kind of lopsided, and the proportions were all wrong. But he thought it had a certain charm. The other students, meanwhile, were fighting for their lives. They scrambled over each other, desperately trying to tag the dwindling number of robots. Some of them saw Izuku and his strange art project. They saw the swaths of unbelievable destruction surrounding him and the calm, focused way he was bending a steel girder into a Mobius strip. They wisely decided to give him a very, very wide berth. He was either an undiscovered god or a complete lunatic. Either way, it was best to stay away. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A low, grinding rumble grew into a deafening roar. Dust and debris rained down from the tops of the buildings. The remaining students stopped fighting, their heads whipping around in alarm. From behind a skyscraper at the far end of the city, a monstrous shape began to rise. It was the zero-pointer. And it was immense. Easily 20 stories tall, it was a green and black behemoth of a machine. A moving fortress on tank treads. Its head swiveled, a single, vast red eye scanning the cityscape below. Panic erupted. It's the zero-pointer. Run. It's not worth any points. We can't fight that thing. A mass exodus began as every student, without exception, turned and fled. It was the smart thing to do. The logical thing to do. But as the chaos unfolded, a girl with a WN bob and rosy cheeks tripped over a piece of rubble. She cried out as her ankle twisted, and she fell to the ground. She looked up in horror to see the colossal shadow of the zero-pointer falling over her. Its massive, building-sized fist was raising, preparing to strike the ground near her. Izuku, who had just finished putting a small, gear-shaped hat on his sculpture, saw the girl. He saw the fear in her eyes. He saw the descending fist. He sighed. It was the kind of sigh one makes when they realize they've forgotten to take the trash out. It was a sigh of minor inconvenience. He disappeared. To the terrified girl on the ground, one moment the fist was about to crush her, the next, a bald figure in a tracksuit was standing between her and it. He hadn't run. He had just appeared. Izuku looked up at the colossal robot. It was big. He'd give it that. He planted his feet, bent his knees slightly, and drew his right fist back. The air around him grew still. The panicked screams of the fleeing students seemed to fade into a dull, distant hum. For the first time that day, a flicker of something other than boredom entered his eyes. It wasn't excitement. It was just focus. He threw the punch. It connected with the zero-pointer's armored faceplate. What happened next was not an explosion. An explosion is a release of energy, a chaotic expansion of heat and gas. This was the opposite. It was an annihilation. For a single, silent, terrifying moment, all sound, all light, all energy at the point of impact was simply gone. A perfect sphere of nothingness bloomed, and then the universe, rushing to fill the void, collapsed in on itself. The resulting shockwave was biblical. The zero-pointer didn't just break apart, it was atomized from the head down. The shockwave radiated outward, not as a gust of wind, but as a solid wall of force. It struck every single building in Battle Center B simultaneously. Every window, on every floor, of every skyscraper, shattered into a billion pieces, creating a glittering, deadly blizzard of glass. The pavement buckled and cracked. The very foundations of the mock city groaned in protest. In the observation room, the screens went white with static. The heroes were thrown from their seats as the entire mountain-sized facility of UA High shook as if struck by an earthquake. Back in the city, when the dust settled, there was a new landmark in Battle Center B, a perfectly smooth, hemispherical crater where the zero-pointer's upper half used to be. At the center of it stood Izuku, his fist still smoking slightly. He lowered his arm and turned to the girl, who was staring, speechless, her mind completely unable to process what she had just witnessed. "Are you okay?" he asked. She just made a small, squeaking sound. "Time's up." Present Mike's voice, now sounding a little shaky, echoed through the ruined city. Izuku shrugged. He walked over to his sculpture, which had miraculously survived the blast, picked it up, and began walking toward the exit, cradling his lopsided metal creation like a trophy. The faculty meeting was less of a debrief and more of a crisis summit. The raw data from the exam was projected onto the main screen. One name was at the very top, with a score that was literally, error, value exceeds limit. 167 villain points, Aizawa grumbled, nursing a cup of coffee. He broke All Might's long-standing record before he even got bored and started playing with the scrap. And that's not counting. He gestured vaguely at a separate screen showing a satellite image of the crater, whatever that was. He showed no discernible quirk, Power Loader said, scratching his helmeted head. No energy signature, no biological enhancement readings, nothing. He just hits things. Very, very hard. All Might, still in his Toshiro Yagi form, was quiet. He knew what he'd seen. A power that defied quirks. A power that defied reason. A power that made one for all, the saw. Cred torch passed down through generations, feel like a flickering candle in a hurricane. It was humbling. It was terrifying. "I don't care what the file says," Snipe drawled. "Ain't no quirkless kid can do that. He's lying. Or the system's bugged." Nezu hopped onto the table, his little black eyes sweeping over his faculty. "Or," he said, his voice dangerously cheerful, "we are dealing with something entirely new. A singularity of physical potential so far beyond our current understanding that we are trying to measure a tsunami with a teaspoon. I find the prospect utterly delightful." A collective shiver went through the room. A fascinated Nezu was far more frightening than an angry one. "What do we do with him?" Midnight asked. "We can't fail him. His score is astronomical, but we CA&T just let a walking tactical nuke wander our halls without knowing what he is. We bring him in," Nezu said simply. "We ask him. And Mr. Aizawa, I'd like you to be there. Your unique perspective will be invaluable." Aizawa's eyes glowed a faint red for a moment. He knew exactly what Nezu meant. "Fine." An hour later, Izuku was sitting in a comfortable chair opposite a desk. On the other side sat a small, white creature that looked like a mouse-bear hybrid in a suit, who had introduced himself as Principal Nezu. Standing beside the desk, looking like he hadn't slept in a week and blamed Izuku for it personally, was the scruffy, black-clad hero he recognized from the exam footage. "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Midoriya-kun," Nezu said, pouring him a cup of tea. "We had a few questions about your performance today. It was, to put it mildly, exceptional." "Oh, thanks," Izuku said, taking the tea. "The robots were a little easy." Aizawa's eye twitched. "Indeed," Nezu chirped. "So easy, in fact, that you registered a level of destructive power that we haven't seen since All Might's prime. And you did it all without a quirk." Or so your file says. We were hoping you could shed some light on that. Izuku took a sip of tea. It was good. A nice jasmine blend. I don't have a quirk. Aizawa had heard enough. This kid was either a pathological liar or a complete moron. He decided to end this charade right now. He activated his quirk. His black hair floated up around his head, his eyes flared a malevolent, glowing red, and the air in the room grew heavy. His gaze locked onto Izuku, flooding his system with the invisible energy that nullified quirk factors. It had worked on the most powerful villains in the nation. It was absolute. Izuku blinked. He blinked again, then leaned forward slightly, squinting at the teacher. A look of mild concern crossed his face. Are your eyes dry? He asked, his voice full of genuine curiosity. You should get some drops for that. It looks painful. The silence in the room was deafening. Aizawa's hair fell. His eyes returned to normal. He stared, his mind a blank slate of pure, unadulterated shock. It didn't work. It didn't work. His power, his identity, the one thing that allowed him to stand on the same field as monsters like All Might, had done absolutely nothing. The kid hadn't even flinched. He thought he had dry eye. Aizawa stumbled back a step, catching himself on the wall. He felt suddenly, terrifyingly naked. Nezu's cheerful smile widened, though it now held a distinctly sharp edge. He'd gotten his answer. It wasn't a quirk. It was something else. Something Erasure couldn't touch. An astute observation, Midoriya-kun, the principal said, seamlessly taking control of the situation. Mr. Aizawa does suffer from chronic dry eye. But please, humor us. If it is not a quirk, then how did you become so strong? Izuku thought for a moment. I trained, he said simply. You trained, Aizawa repeated, his voice a hoarse whisper. What kind of training? Izuku set his teacup down and looked them both in the eye, his expression completely serious. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Every single day. Nezu's smile finally vanished. Aizawa just stared. They had been expecting a secret, a complex explanation, a hidden bloodline. They G.O.T. a fitness routine from a cheap health magazine. For how long? Nezu asked, his voice dangerously quiet. About a year and a half now, Izuku replied. I also never use the air conditioner in the summer or the heater in the winter. It's important to temper the spirit. He said it with such guileless sincerity that it was somehow more infuriating than any lie. They thought he was mocking them. Openly, brazenly mocking them. I see, Nezu said, his voice like chipping ice. Well, Midoriya-kun, your score, ridiculous as it is, speaks for itself. Welcome to UA. Hi, you'll be in Class 1A, under Mr. Aizawa's supervision. We will be watching your development, very closely. Izuku nodded. Okay, can I go home now? I think there's a sale on cabbage at the supermarket and it ends at 5. He was dismissed. He walked out of the office, leaving two of the most intelligent and powerful figures in Japan's hero society in a state of profound confusion and existential dread. Aizawa sank into a chair, rubbing his now very irritated eyes. He's a monster, Nezu, Aizawa said. Or he's the world's most elaborate practical joke. Perhaps, Nezu replied, climbing back into his chair and staring at the door Izuku had just left through. Perhaps he is both. Miles away, in a city district that glittered with corporate towers and high-end boutiques, chaos reigned. A monster, a dragon. Level threat the Hero Association had codenamed Asura Rhino, was tearing the city apart. It was a mountain of muscle and chitinous armor, with 4 arms and a massive, drill-like horn. Its hide was so thick that conventional weapons were useless, and its strength was so immense that it had already swatted aside 3 top 10 pro heroes like flies. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, was breathing heavily. His signature flames doing little more than singe the beast's gray armor. Damn it! My hellflame isn't even phasing it. He roared, unleashing another jet of incandescent fire that the monster simply walked through. Asura Rhino laughed, a sound like grinding rocks. Your fire is like a warm summer breeze. I was created for the sole purpose of ultimate combat. My creator, the brilliant drive, Genus, designed me to be unbeatable. I am the pinnacle of artificial evolution. It swiped an arm, and the resulting air pressure shattered the facade of a skyscraper a block away. Endeavor barely managed to dodge. a grimace of frustration and pain on his face. The other heroes were down, the police were useless, and the military was still minutes away. The city was on the verge of being leveled. Suddenly, a green glow descended from the heavens. A small figure, floating serenely in a whirlwind of psychic energy, looked down at the scene with an expression of supreme boredom and irritation. Tatsumaki, S-Class Rank 2. The tornado of terror had arrived. Honestly, she huffed, her voice dripping with condescension that carried easily over the sounds of destruction. Can't you see listers handle anything by yourselves? I had to put down my novel for this. Endeavor bristled at the insult but said nothing. He knew he was outclassed, both by the monster and by the esper floating above him. Weakling, Asura Rhino bellowed. Spotting her. Do you think your parlor tricks can harm me? I shall crush you. Tatsumaki just rolled her eyes. Oh, shut up, you overgrown beetle. With a flick of her wrist, a dozen cars, a bus, and a chunk of pavement the size of a house were ripped from the ground. They swirled around her like a halo of debris before shooting toward the monster at hypersonic speed. This was her power. Absolute, overwhelming psychokinesis. This was why she was rank 2. But just as the tidal wave of metal and concrete was about to obliterate the monster, a blur of yellow and red shot past her. It was a figure, moving so fast that it was almost invisible. The figure appeared directly in front of Asura Rhino. There was a sound like a single, soft clap. The wave of debris Tatsumaki had launched suddenly vaporized. The monster, Asura Rhino, the unbeatable pinnacle of evolution, exploded. It didn't just die, it was completely erased in a shower of purple gore and steaming viscera that painted the surrounding city blocks. The shockwave that followed was so powerful it snuffed out all of Endeavor's flames and sent a hurricane-force wind through the entire district, clearing the sky of smoke and clouds for miles in every direction. The entire battle, which had pushed the top pro heroes to their absolute limit, was over in less than a second. Tatsumaki hovered in the air, her jaw slightly agape. Her psychic assault had been stolen from her. The kill was stolen. Her moment, her demonstration of absolute superiority, was gone. Rage, pure and undiluted, began to bubble in her chest. She slowly descended, her green aura crackling with fury, toward the epicenter of the blast. There, standing in a crater filled with monster guts, was a bald man in a cheap yellow jumpsuit with a white cape and red boots. In his hand, he was holding a plastic grocery bag. Oh, man, the figure said, looking down at his boots, which were splattered with purple goo. This is going to be a pain to clean. He looked up and saw Tatsumaki land gracefully a few feet away, her entire body trembling with rage. Izuku Midoriya, having decided to do a bit of grocery shopping after his meeting at UA, and changing into his self-made hero costume, gave her a polite, blank look. Oh, hey, he said, his voice calm and even. You're a hero too. Cool cape. Tatsumaki's mind went white with fury. The sheer, unmitigated gall. This nobody. This egg-headed commoner in a ridiculous outfit had just stolen her kill and was now complimenting her cape like she was some rookie cosplayer. Who are you? She hissed, the ground around her beginning to crack under the pressure of her psychic power. I'm Izuku. I'm a hero for fun, he said, holding up his grocery bag. As just on my way home from a sale on bok choy. The sheer mundane absurdity of his statement was the final straw. You think this is a game? She shrieked, her body flaring with a blinding green light. You interfered with the work of an S-class hero. You will pay for that arrogance. She thrust her hand forward, unleashing the full, focused might of her telekinesis directly at him. It was a force that could level cities, halt meteors, and twist entire armies into scrap. She intended to lift him into the air, crush every bone in his body, and then perhaps twist him into a pretzel for good measure. The green energy slammed into him. And nothing happened. He didn't move. He didn't strain. His ridiculous cape didn't even flutter. He just stood there, looking at her with a slightly tilted head, a curious expression on his face. Tatsumaki pushed harder. The ground around Izuku disintegrated into dust. The buildings behind him began to groan and warp under the strain of the ambient psychic energy. The air became so thick with power that it was hard to breathe. Green lightning crackled around her. This was more power than she had used in years. It was enough to lift an entire continent. Izuku Midoriya did not budge. Not a millimeter. He looked at her straining, furious face, then looked down at his own body, as if checking to see if something was supposed to be happening. He saw nothing. He looked back at her. "Are you trying to lift me?" he asked, his tone one of genuine, mild interest. "That's a neat trick." Tatsumaki's power vanished. The green light faded. The pressure vanished. She staggered back, her breath catching in her throat, her mind reeling. It had failed. Her power, her will, the force of nature that defined her very existence. It had failed. Not just failed, it had been completely and utterly ignored. It was as if she had tried to lift the concept of gravity itself. It was impossible. It was a violation of the fundamental laws of her reality. Her pride, the fortress she had built around her lonely heart, didn't just crack. It was shattered into a million pieces. For the first time since she was a child in a laboratory, she felt utterly, terrifyingly powerless. This man, this simple, bald man with his groceries and his stupid, honest face, he was not a hero. He was not a person. He was an impossibility, a walking contradiction to everything she knew. "Well, I should get going," Izuku said, shifting his grocery bag. "The ice cream is going to melt. It was nice meeting you." He turned and began to walk away, his red boots squelching slightly in the monster gore. Tatsumaki just stood there, trembling, watching him go. Her rage was gone, replaced by a terrifying cocktail of emotions she couldn't even name. Disbelief, fear, and a burning, obsessive, all-consuming need to understand. Who was he? What was he? She had to know. Her world, and her place in it, depended on it. Chapter 3. Blizzard, Tornado, and a Day Off. The headquarters of the Blizzard Group was an exercise in controlled aesthetics. Housed in a sleek, modern building in the heart of Z City, its interior was a meticulously curated symphony of cool blues, gleaming chrome, and frosted glass. It was designed to project an image of untouchable professionalism, of cold, efficient power. It was a perfect reflection of its leader, Fubuki, the hellish blizzard. At least, the leader she wanted the world to see. At that moment, however, the atmosphere within her private office was anything but cool and controlled. It was simmering with a frustrated, impotent rage that seemed to warp the very air. Fubuki stood before her floor-to-ceiling window, a pane of reinforced plexiglass that offered a panoramic view of the sprawling urban landscape she considered her territory. Her fists were clenched so tightly at her sides that her knuckles were bone white, the fabric of her elegant black dress strained at the seams. She was replaying the encounter. Again. Or what must have been the 100th time. The memory was a fresh, stinging wound to her pride. Her perfectly practiced speech, the intimidating display of her loyal subordinates, the carefully conster. UCTED aura of AB class Queen Bee demanding fealty, all of it had dissolved like sugar in water against the monolithic cliff of one man's simple-minded placidity. "Can we all go get udon together? I'm hungry." The words echoed in her mind. Not with the sound of defiance or mockery, but with a genuine, guileless innocence that was somehow infinitely more insulting. He hadn't challenged her authority. He hadn't even seemed to recognize it existed. He had looked at her intricate power play, the cornerstone of her entire strategy for survival and advancement in the hero world, and seen an invitation for lunch. And the power, that casual flick of his wrist, the piece of rubble, the size of a small car, sailing through the air as if it were a pebble. The spiderweb of cracks that had instantly fractured the facade of the building across the street. It wasn't the raw force that terrified her, she had seen her sister move entire city blocks. It was the effortlessness. There was no green psychic glow, no straining cry, no dramatic posture. There was just a man in a cheap tracksuit, moving his hand, and the world bending to his whim. "It's unacceptable," she hissed, her voice a low, dangerous whisper. Behind her, her two most trusted lieutenants, Eyelashes and Mountain Ape, exchanged a nervous glance. They were positioned at parade rest near the door, having been summoned 10 minutes ago only to stand in silence, bearing witness to their leader's silent fury. "Ma'am," Eyelashes ventured, his namesake features twitching nervously. "Unacceptable that he refused your offer. Unacceptable that it wasn't an offer to him." Fubuki spun around, her dark eyes blazing with a familiar fire born of insecurity and ambition. It was a demand, a statement of fact, In this city, you either join the Blizzard group, or you are crushed. That is the rule. My rule. How can I maintain control? How can I ever hope to climb the ranks, if someone can just wander in and ignore the fundamental laws of this hierarchy? Mountain Ape, a man whose colossal frame belied a surprisingly gentle nature, shifted his weight. To be fair, Miss Fubuki, the law he seems to follow is a different kind of physics. Fubuki's glare could have curdled milk. Don't be glib, Yamai. This isn't a joke. This, unnamed puncher, this, Izuku Midoriya, as our intel suggests his name is, he's a walking anomaly. The Hero Association is already salivating over him, talking about fast-tracking him to S class. The HPSC wants to dissect him. And he's right here, in my territory, completely oblivious. He's a tactical, nuclear weapon that thinks it's a water pistol. She began to pace, the rhythmic click of her heels on the polished floor a metronome for her racing thoughts. Intimidation failed, utterly. Showing him the strength of our numbers was like showing a tidal wave a bucket of water. He doesn't see power the way we do. He doesn't see a hierarchy. He just is. She stopped, her back to them again, and stared out the window. Her reflection stared back. A young woman in perfect makeup, dressed in pearls and designer clothes, projecting an image of power she desperately wanted to feel. But all she saw was the shadow of her sister. The tornado of terror, a being of such absolute psychic might that Fubuki's own considerable power felt like a child's parlor trick in comparison. That was the root of it all, wasn't it? Her ambition, her obsession with factions and numbers, it was all a desperate attempt to build a fortress of influence that could withstand the hurricane of her sister's legacy. She couldn't win with power. So she would win with strategy. She would gather every promising hero under her banner, creating a force so undeniable that not even Tatsumaki could dismiss it. And now, AP, or greater than even her sisters had landed in her lap. And he wanted udon. A new thought began to crystallize in her mind, cutting through the haze of her anger. It was a cold, clinical, and deeply pragmatic idea. If force wouldn't work, if intimidation was a joke, then she had to change the approach. She couldn't treat him as a subordinate to be cowed. She couldn't treat him as an enemy to be crushed. What if she treated him as a puzzle to be solved? I've been going about this all wrong, she said, her voice suddenly calm, the storm in her eyes receding into a thoughtful, calculating focus. You can't recruit a natural disaster. You have to study it, understand it, learn what directs its path. Eyelashes blinked. Ma'am, you mean observation. More than that, Fubuki said, turning to face them, a slow, predatory smile gracing her lips. It was the smile she wore when she had a plan. I mean engagement, proximity. If he doesn't understand power plays and hierarchies, then I will meet him on his level. Whatever that level is. And what level is that? Mountain Ape asked, scratching his head. Simple. Profoundly, maddeningly simple, Fubuki mused. He's a teenage boy who, until recently, was apparently quirkless. He still has the aspirations of one. He enrolled in UA, for heaven's sake. He thinks in terms of heroes, friendship, doing the right thing. He's not a king to be dethroned. He's a person. A very, very dangerous person who needs to be understood. Her plan was audacious. It was demeaning. It required her to shed the persona of the hellish Blizz. Zard and adopt one she hadn't worn in years. Appear. A friend. Eyelashes, she commanded, her voice crisp and clear. Compile all known data on Izuku Midoriya. I want his school records, his favorite foods, his hobbies before he changed. Everything. Mountain Ape, I want you to arrange a passive surveillance team. Find out his daily routine. Where he goes on his day off. I'm not looking to ambush him. I'm looking for an intersection point. A coincidental meeting. Eyelashes guessed. Precisely. Fubuki confirmed. He thinks we should get udon. Fine. We'll do more than that. We'll go to an arcade. We'll get ice cream. We will engage in the banal, pointless activities of normal teenagers. And all the while, I will watch. I will listen. I will find his leverage points. His desires, his fears. Every titan has a weakness. I will find his. And then, he will be mine. It was a perfect plan. It was manipulative, it was strategic, and it put her back in control. She would use friendship as a weapon, kindness is a key. And she would unlock the secret to controlling the most powerful being on the planet. She felt a thrill of excitement. This was a challenge worthy of her intellect. There was no way it could possibly fail. Izuku Midoriya's day off was a glorious tapestry of nothing. After the high-stakes pressure of the UA entrance exam and the bewildering whirlwind of attention that followed, a day with no obligations felt like a luxury. He had completed his training regimen at dawn, the familiar burn in his muscles a comforting reminder of the path that had brought him here. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run. It was his morning prayer, the only thing that made sense in a world that had suddenly become very strange. Now, clad in a simple yellow T-shirt with "Opie" printed in red letters, a shirt he'd bought because the bold, simple design appealed to him, and a pair of jeans, he was simply walking. He had no destination in mind. The sun was warm on his bald head. A gentle breeze carried the distant sounds of the city, and he was contemplating one of life's great mysteries. Why did ketchup from a glass bottle taste better than ketchup from a plastic one? It was a problem of sufficient weight to occupy his full attention. Perhaps it was the way the light refracted through the glass. Or maybe the plastic imparted some subtle, synthetic flavor. He was so engrossed in this line of thought that he didn't notice the black car that had been pacing him for 3 blocks, or the figures that disembarked from it and were now attempting to position themselves for a chance encounter. He's just walking, Fubuki muttered into a wrist calm, crouching uncomfortably behind a large potted plant. She felt ridiculous. The hellish blizzard, B-class rank 1, leader of dozens of heroes, was hiding in a planter like a common criminal. He appears to be heading towards the shopping district, ma'am, came eyelashes, voice, tinny and distant. Oh, projection models indicate a 78% chance he is looking for a sale on crab meat. Turn off the projection models, she hissed, peeking over a leafy frond. There he was, the walking apocalypse, staring intently at his own hand as if it held the secrets of the universe. He was an impenetrable fortress of simplicity. All right, this is it, she said, more to herself than to her team. She stood, brushing a leaf from her dress, and smoothed her hair. She composed her features into an expression of pleasant, mild surprise. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a traitorous drumbeat of anxiety. This felt more nerve-wracking than facing a demon-level threat. She began her approach, her hand-picked retinue from the Blizzard group fanning out behind her, all trying their best to look like EY were just casually strolling in the same direction. They failed spectacularly, moving with the stiff, unnatural gait of robots trying to impersonate humans. Midoriya, fancy meeting you here, she called out, her voice a carefully modulated chime of friendly recognition. Izuku looked up, his train of thought on ketchup composition derailed. He blinked, his placid brown eyes taking a moment to place her. Oh, hey, you're the Blizzard lady, from the other day. Fubuki's eye twitched. Blizzard lady, Fubuki, she corrected, keeping the smile plastered on her face. And yes, that was me. What a coincidence to run into you. Yeah, cool, Izuku said, nodding. He looked at the half-dozen men in identical black suits standing awkwardly behind her. Your friends are here too. Hi. The members of the Blizzard group flinched as one, then bowed stiffly. Good day, they chorused. Fubuki wanted to groan. Yes, well, my group and I were just deciding what to do with our afternoon, she improvised, stepping closer. And since we met so briefly the other day, I thought, why not get to know each other properly? We were just heading to the arcade down the street. Would you like to join us as friends? She put a little too much emphasis on the last word. Izuku's expression didn't change. He considered her for a moment. An arcade. He hadn't been to one in years. Not since he was a kid. Before the world had decided he was useless. He remembered the flashing lights, the cacophony of electronic sounds, the thrill of winning a prize. Okay, he said with a simple shrug. Sounds fun. Fubuki's smile became genuine for a split second. Phase 1 was a success. He had taken the bait. Excellent. It's this way. She turned and began to walk, her group falling into formation around them. It was less of a friendly stroll and more of a B-class hero escorting a strategic asset. Izuku walked beside her, his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaware of the tension radiating from everyone but him. So, Fubuki began, launching Phase 2, data gathering. Big dream for a newcomer to the world of powers. She chose her words carefully, probing for information about his quirk. Yeah, I always wanted to be a hero, he said, looking at the sky. Someone who could save people with a smile. Like All Might. A noble goal, Fubuki said, a touch of condescension creeping into her tone. But a smile doesn't stop a dragon-level threat. You need power, organization, strategy. I guess, Izuku said. But if you can save them, you should. The other stuff is just details, right? She stared at him. He had just condensed her entire life's philosophy, her struggle, her ambition, into details. The sheer, unadulterated gall of his simplicity was breathtaking. This was going to be harder than she thought. They arrived at the arcade. The entrance was a chaotic vortex of noise and light, a sensory assault designed to overwhelm and excite. Music from a dozen different games blended into a jarring, high-tempo symphony. The air smelled of ozone, popcorn, and teenage sweat. For the Blizzard group, it was a tactical nightmare. For Fubuki, it was a laboratory. For Izuku, it was just loud. Right then, Fubuki announced, clapping her hands together with forced enthusiasm. What first? How about the crane game? A test of finesse and precision. It was a perfect first test. She wanted to see his fine motor control. Could this man who shattered pavement with a flick also perform a delicate operation? The answer, it turned out, was a resounding no. Izuku Aproa shed the glass box filled with plush toys. He studied it with the seriousness of a bomb disposal expert. Fubuki and her crew watched from a safe distance. You have to be gentle with the joystick, she advised. And time the button press just right. Okay, gentle, Izuku repeated to himself. He gripped the joystick. His idea of gentle was apparently calibrated for a world where everything was made of diamond. There was a sharp crack of stressed plastic as the joystick bent to a 45-degree angle in his hand. Ah, he said. Fubuki's smile tightened. The button, Midoriya. Try the button. He nodded, repositioning his thumb over the large red button. He focused, trying to channel the absolute minimum amount of force. He tapped it. The sound was not a tap. It was a dull, percussive thump. The button, its plastic housing, and a significant portion of the control panel's motherboard compressed inward, creating a fist-sized crater. Inside the machine, the crane spasmed violently and dropped with a loud clang. A moment of stunned silence hung over them. I think I broke it, Izuku stated, looking at his hand with mild confusion. He turned to Fubuki, his expression one of pure, unadulterated apology. Sorry, I'll pay for it. One of Fubuki's underlings fainted. Mountain Ape quickly caught him before he hit the floor. Fubuki, for her part, just stared at the destroyed control panel. She had seen him punch a villain into vapor. She had seen him crack a building by tossing a rock. But this casual, accidental, apologetic destruction of an innocent arcade game, was somehow more terrifying. It was a demonstration of power so immense it had no off switch, no low power mode. It's fine, she managed to say through gritted teeth, already mentally calculating the cost. Let's try something else, something more robust. Her eyes scanned the arcade and landed on a whack-a-mole machine. Perfect. It was designed to be struck. How about that? She suggested, pointing. A test of reflexes. Izuku agreed readily, happy for a chance to redeem himself. He picked up the padded mallet, which looked like a toothpick in his grip. The game started, and the first plastic mole popped up. Fubuki's plan was to observe his reaction time. What she observed instead was a lesson in catastrophic kinetic energy transfer. Izuku didn't swing the mallet wildly. His movement was precise, economical, and faster than the eye could track. The mallet connected with the mole's head. For a microsecond, everything seemed normal. Then, a shockwave emanated from the point of impact. The plastic mole didn't just retract, it vaporized. The mechanism beneath it shattered. The energy traveled down through the machine's chassis, which buckled and warped, every light bulb on it exploding in a shower of sparks. The entire game cabinet folded in on itself with a groan of tortured metal and collapsed into a smoking heap of scrap. The game's cheerful, Looping music abruptly died with a pathetic, drawn-out whine. The entire arcade went silent. Everyone stared at the wreckage, then at Izuku, who was holding a mallet handle, the head of it having disintegrated on impact. "Huh," he said. "These things are built really cheap." He looked at Fubuki again, his apology even more earnest this time. "I'm really sorry. I seem to be bad at this." This time, two of Fubuki's underlings fainted. Fubuki felt a strange sensation bubbling up in her chest. It was a hysterical, terrifying feeling. It was laughter. She was fighting it with every ounce of her self-control. Her lips together so hard they turned white. The absurdity was just too much. The most powerful man on Earth, the ultimate prize for any faction, was a one-man wrecking crew who was genuinely remorseful about his trail of destruction. Her grand, manipulative plan to study him was turning into a slapstick comedy routine. No, it's fine," she choked out, waving a dismissive hand as an arcade employee approached, looking pale. She subtly had eyelashes handle the situation with a thick wad of cash. One more try, something with no physical contact. Her gaze fell on a rhythm-based dance game. A large screen, flashing arrows, and two metal pads to stand on. No joysticks to break, no moles to annihilate. It was perfect. "That one," she said, her voice strained. "Let's see your coordination." "Oh, a dance game." Izuku's eyes lit up with what looked like actual excitement. "I've never been very good at dancing." This, Fubuki thought, would be where she finally had the upper hand. She was graceful, she had excellent rhythm, she could show him a skill he couldn't master with brute force. It would be a small but vital psychological victory. She was wrong. So wrong. They stepped onto the pads. Fubuki chose a song of medium difficulty, a catchy J-pop tune. The arrows began to scroll up the screen. Fubuki moved with practiced ease, her steps light and precise. She was scoring a chain of perfects. Then she looked over at Izuku. He wasn't dancing. He was executing. His face was set in a look of intense concentration. His body wasn't flowing with the music, it was moving with the brutal, instantaneous efficiency of a machine. An arrow appeared, and his foot was just there. There was no travel time. Up, down, left, right, his feet snapped to the correct panels with microscopic precision and terrifying speed. The machine screamed a constant, unbroken stream of perfect. He wasn't just hitting the notes, he was hitting them at the exact nanosecond they were supposed to be hit. The score counter was spinning like a slot machine. He was achieving a level of perfection the game's programmers probably thought was impossible. He wasn't feeling the rhythm. He was simply solving the pattern with his body, his absurd physical abilities allowing him to bypass the need for skill entirely. And then, Fubuki laughed. It wasn't a chuckle or a giggle. It was a full, unrestrained, genuine peal of laughter that surprised her as much as it did her subordinates, who looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. She laughed until tears pricked the corners of her eyes, her carefully maintained composure shattering into a million pieces. She laughed at the absurdity of it all, at her own hubris in thinking she could test him. At the sight of is godlike being stomping on a dance pad with the deadly seriousness of a man defusing a bomb. At the sheer, ridiculous, hilarious fact that her master plan had resulted in her losing a dance off to a bald kid in an opai shirt. Izuku finished the song, having achieved a score that broke the machine's display, causing it to glitch and show a random assortment of characters. He looked over at her, a little confused by her laughter. "Did I do it wrong?" he asked. "No, Midoriya," she said, wiping a tear from her eye and still smiling. It was the first real smile she'd worn all day. "You did it perfectly, a little too perfectly." For the first time since she'd met him, she didn't see a strategic asset. She didn't see a walking natural disaster or a puzzle to be solved. She saw a sweet, earnest, slightly clueless boy who was trying his best to have a normal day. And against her better judgment, she was actually enjoying herself. Tatsumaki floated. She didn't walk. Walking was for terrestrial creatures. For people bound by the tedious, predictable laws of gravity. She floated, suspended a few inches off the ground by the sheer force of her will, a shimmering green aura of psyche. Sea energy crackling around her like a personal atmosphere. It was a constant, silent declaration of her superiority to everyone and everything around her. Right now, that superiority was curdled with a deep, gnawing irritation. She was tracking him. The bald one. The one who had stolen her thunder. The one whose power had failed to yield to hers. That last part was a sticking point. A jagged rock in the smooth river of her ego. Her power, the force that could twist steel, level cities, and pull meteors from orbit, had washed over him like a gentle breeze. He hadn't even noticed. It was like trying to lift the concept of gravity itself. Impossible, inexplicable, and for Tatsumaki, the S-Class Rank 2 hero known as the Tornado of Terror, it was infuriating. Power was the only language she respected. It was the only thing that was real. And this man, he spoke it more fluently than anyone she had ever met. He was a living god, and he was walking around in a cheap tracksuit, attending IGH school for children who played with fireworks. The dissonance was maddening. She had to understand. She had to test him, to find the limits of this impossible power. She had to see what it would take to make him bend. The Hero Association wanted to study him, but their methods were clumsy, bureaucratic. She would conduct her own research. Her psychic senses, spread thin like a net across the city, finally snagged on his unique, placid energy signature, and it was near another psychic signature. A weak, pathetically familiar one. Fubuki. Tatsumaki's irritation instantly spiked into a cold, white-hot rage. Her little sister, her weak, foolish, perpetually disappointing little sister was with him. A sudden, ugly thought slithered into her mind. Fubuki was trying to recruit him. Trying to absorb this son into her pathetic little solar system of B-class wannabes. The sheer audacity of it. The gall. Her direction changed instantly. She no longer drifted. She shot through the city streets like a green comet. A blur of motion that sent trash cans and loose papers scattering in her wake. Civilians felt a sudden pressure drop, a chill in the air, and looked around in confusion, seeing nothing. She didn't bother with the door to the arcade. The glass flexed and bulged inward as she approached, her psychic energy preceding her. The entire building seemed to groan under the sudden application of immense, invisible pressure. The moment she entered, the chaotic noise of the arcade died. Games stuttered and went silent as their internal electronics were scrambled by her psychic field. The lights flickered and dimmed. The very air grew heavy and cold, crackling with green energy. Everyone inside felt a primal, instinctual fear, a feeling of being watched by a predator of unimaginable power. Fubuki felt it first, a specific, familial dread that chilled her to the bone. The smile slid from her face, replaced by a mask of tense apprehension. "Oh no," she whispered. Izuku, who had been listening to Fubuki explain why their scores on the dance game were funny, just blinked. "Is there a power outage?" And then they saw her, floating in the entranceway, bathed in her own emerald light, her green hair swirling around her as if caught in a personal vortex. Tatsumaki, her eyes, glowing with the same green energy, were locked on Fubuki, and they were filled with a contempt so profound it was almost palpable. Well, Tatsumaki's voice echoed in the silent room, dripping with condescension. "Look what we have here. Playing with the B-class filth, are we, Fubuki? I always knew you had low standards. But this is a new depth, even for you." Fubuki flinched as if struck. The old wounds, the lifetime of insults and dismissals, opened up all at once. Her face paled, and she instinctively took a half-step back. The members of the Blizzard group, who had been enjoying a rare moment of levity, now looked terrified, huddling together like sheep before a wolf. "Sister," Fubuki managed, her voice tight. "What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious?" Tatsumaki sneered, drifting closer, her feet never touching the ground. Her gaze shifted from Fubuki to Izuku, dismissing her sister entirely. She looked him up and down, her expression a mixture of disgust at his simple attire and intense, analytical curiosity. "I'm here to collect my prize. You can't possibly think this one is for you. You collect garbage. I handle S-class assets. Now run along and play with your little friends before you get hurt." The insult was twofold, and it cut Fubuki to the quick. Not only was she being dismissed as weak, but her entire life's work, the Blizzard Group, was being called garbage. A spark of defiance, newly kindled by her genuine moment of happiness just minutes before, ignited within her. He's not an asset, sister. He's a person. We were just hanging out. Tatsumaki let out a short, barking laugh devoid of any humor. Hanging out? You don't make me sick. You were trying to sink your pathetic little claws into him, trying to drag him down into your B-class swamp. It's pathetic. Her attention snapped back to Izuku. You, Baldy, you're coming with me. I'm going to find out what makes you tick. We're going to have a proper test of strength. No more games. She reached out a hand, and a tractor beam of green psychic energy latched onto Izuku's shirt, intending to drag him forward. The energy hit him, swirled around him, and did nothing. He stood there, completely unmoved, like a mountain in a windstorm. He just looked at the green energy, then at her. His expression one of mild curiosity. Tatsumaki's eyes widened slightly. The same thing as before. Her power had no purchase. It was like trying to grab smoke. Her frustration boiled over. Fine. If a gentle pull wouldn't work. She increased the power, her green aura flaring. The floor tiles around Izuku cracked and lifted into the air. The remaining arcade machines behind him began to buckle and groan. The pressure in the room became immense. Fubuki and her men had to brace themselves to stay on their feet. Izuku still didn't move an inch. He just stood there, a calm, unshockable point in the center of her psychic storm. And then, he did something that no one, not even Fubuki, could have predicted. He took a single, deliberate step forward, planting himself directly between Tatsumaki and her sister. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't posturing. He was simply creating a barrier with his body. He looked up at the floating, raging Esper, his brown eyes clear and direct. His voice was calm, not loud, but it cut through the psychic hum and the tension in the room with absolute clarity. Hey, Izuku Midoriya said. Stop being mean to your sister. That's not very heroic. The world stopped. Tatsumaki's psychic aura flickered and died, the green light in her eyes fading. The pressure in the room vanished. The floating debris clattered to the floor. She just floated there, her mouth slightly agape, staring at him. It wasn't a challenge. It wasn't a threat. It was a simple statement of fact. A moral judgment. And it came from the one being on the planet whose power she could not contest. People defied her all the time. Villains cursed her. Heroes argued with her. The association's handlers pleaded with her. She met all of it with overwhelming, crushing force. Defiance was something to be obliterated. But this wasn't defiance. It was disappointment. He wasn't treating her like the tornado of terror, a force of nature to be feared. He was treating her like a schoolyard bully. He was holding her, the second most powerful hero in the world, to the simple, childish standard of being heroic. And it completely, utterly, and absolutely broke through her defenses. No one had spoken to her like that in years. Not since. She couldn't even remember. Her pride, her arrogance, her loneliness, it was all a fortress she had built to protect herself. And this simple, bald man had just walked up to the gate and pointed out that it wasn't a very nice fortress. She was stunned into absolute, uncomprehending silence. Just as the silence stretched to an unbearable, awkward breaking point. The universe decided to provide a distraction. The front of the arcade, already structurally compromised by Tatsumaki's entrance, exploded inward in a shower of glass and twisted metal. A creature stood silhouetted against the afternoon sun. It was a grotesque thing, a demon-level threat that looked like a bipedal praying mantis made of rusted blades and barbed wire. It had far too many limbs, and its chittering mandibles clicked and whirred as its multifaceted eyes scanned the room. Fresh meat, it screeched, its voice like scraping metal. Heroes, even better. I, the Razor Reaper, will slice you all into confetti. The sudden, violent intrusion shattered the strange spell that had fallen over the room. Tatsumaki's shock was instantly replaced by reflexive annoyance. Fubuki's fear of her sister was supplanted by her duty as a hero. I'll handle this pest, Tatsumaki snapped, her aura flaring back to life, eager to have something to destroy to vent her confusing emotions. He's in my territory, Fubuki countered, stepping forward, her hands already gathering the air into swirling currents. The Blizzard group will. They were both too slow. In the fraction of a second it took them to announce their intentions, Izuku had already moved. There was no blur of motion, no gust of wind. He was simply where the monster was. To the terrified civilians and even to Fubuki's trained eyes, it looked like he had teleported. The Razor Reaper lunged, its scythe-like arms swinging in a deadly arc. Izuku didn't even punch it. He just held up his right hand and flicked his middle finger. Like he was flicking a bug. His finger connected with the monster's chest. The sound was not loud. It was a flat, dull thwack, like a wet towel hitting a concrete wall. But the result was absolute. The Razor Reaper's entire torso imploded. The kinetic force traveled through its body in a visible wave, turning its chitinous armor and metallic limbs into a fine gray powder that was carried away on the breeze. One moment, a 15-foot-tall monster was there. The next, only its legs remained standing for a split second before they, too, dissolved into dust and collapsed. The fight was over before it had even begun. Izuku lowered his hand and looked back at the stunned sisters, a mild, almost bored expression on his face. "It's handled." He then started walking back towards them, his eyes scanning the debris-strewn floor. As he approached Fubuki, his gaze stopped, zeroing in on her right arm. During the monster's explosive entrance, a shard of glass had flown through the air, leaving a thin, shallow scratch on her forearm. A few beads of blood were welling up on the surface of her skin. It was a trivial injury, one she hadn't even noticed. Izuku noticed. He stopped in front of her, his entire demeanor changing. The detached calm was gone, replaced by a look of genuine, focused concern. "You're hurt," he said, his voice soft. He reached out, and Fubuki instinctively flinched, but his hand was surprisingly gentle as he took her arm to examine the scratch. "We need to clean this. Do you have a first aid kit? It could get infected. We should probably put a bandage on it. Does it sting?" Fubuki stared at him, utterly bewildered. This man, who had just obliterated a monster with a finger flick and stood up to her terrifying sister without flinching, was now fussing over a paper-cut deep scratch like an overprotective mother hen. He was leaning in close, his brow furrowed with worry, his attention completely and totally consumed by her minor injury. No one had ever shown her this kind of concern. Ever. In her world, injuries were a sign of weakness. You ignored them, you powered through them. Her father had been distant, and her sister's idea of care was telling her to get stronger so she wouldn't get hurt in the first place. Men were either intimidated by her power or wanted to use it. They looked at her and saw the hellish blizzard. Izuku Midoriya looked at her and saw a person with a scratch. A strange warmth spread through her chest, a feeling so foreign she couldn't immediately identify it. It was nice. It was profoundly, deeply nice. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki watched this bizarre scene, her arms crossed, a tumultuous storm of emotions warring within her. His words still echoed in her head. "That's not very heroic." And now here he was, proving his point by acting like the platonic ideal of a hero, showing concern for a minor injury in the wake of a battle. She didn't notice the small child, no older than 5, who had been hiding behind a broken racing game and was now crying softly, terrified by the monster. Tatsumaki's powers, however, did notice. Almost unconsciously, a wisp of her psychic energy had wrapped around the boy the moment the wall exploded, creating a small, invisible shield that had protected him from the flying debris. It was an instinct she'd honed over years of hero work, protect the weak. It was something she did without thinking, even when she was in a rage. Izuku noticed. His head turned from Fubuki's arm to Tatsumaki. His expression was no longer concerned, but held a simple, approving nod. "That was cool," he said. Tatsumaki blinked. "What was?" she asked, her voice still sharp. "Just now," Izuku said, gesturing vaguely towards the crying child, who was now being comforted by his mother. "You put up a barrier for that kid. You saved him before you even thought about fighting. That was a good job." It wasn't flattery. It wasn't praise for her immense power or her high rank. It was a simple, direct compliment for a small, fundamentally heroic act. It was the kind of validation a child might get for doing the right thing. And Tatsumaki, the tornado of terror, who was praised and feared in equal measure for her godlike power, had no idea how to respond. She had never been told she'd done a good job in her life. She was either a weapon to be deployed or a monster to be placated. The simple, human acknowledgement of her heroism, from him of all people, struck her with the force of a physical blow. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, a combination of anger, embarrassment, and something else she refused to name. Shut up, she stammered, turning her head away. Of course I did. I'm an S-class hero. It's my job, you idiot. The three of them stood there in the wreckage of the arcade. A tableau of surreal dysfunction. Izuku, the calm center, holding Fubuki's arm with gentle concern. Fubuki, staring at him with wide, newly opened eyes, the C.D.S. of something far deeper than strategic interest taking root in her heart. And Tatsumaki, floating a few feet away, fuming and flustered, her entire worldview shaken to its foundations. They weren't a hero and his potential recruits. They weren't rivals or assets. In that moment, they were just three people, bound by an impossible power and a startling, unexpected flicker of genuine human connection. The romantic seeds, sown in the fertile ground of awe, kindness, and profound confusion, had begun to sprout. The world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 4. Two systems, one problem. The world, having just borne witness to a power that defied every known law of physics and quirk science, did what it always did in the face of the incomprehensible. It tried to categorize it. It tried to put it in a box, label it, and file it away. The problem was that Izuku Midoriya was not a box. He was the catastrophic, universe-ending pressure that shattered boxes. The Hero Public Safety Commission, an organization built on the unshakable bedrock of control, was experiencing a collective, systemic tremor. In a sterile, top-floor boardroom overlooking the meticulously planned cityscape of HPSC headquarters, President Shirogane stared at a holographic display. On it, a single, grainy satellite image showed a perfectly circular patch of clear sky surrounded by a hurricane of clouds, the atmospheric aftermath of a single punch. Her face, usually a mask of serene authority, was as tight as a clenched fist. Unacceptable, she said, her voice a low, cold hum that cut through the nervous energy of her subordinates. This entity has operated with impunity for weeks. He destroyed a villain-designated entity without authorization, trespassed on and annihilated UA high school property, ND engaged a dragon-level threat without a license, hero or otherwise. He is an unregistered weapon of mass destruction with a T-shirt and a shopping list. A man to her right, Director Kido, a hawk-faced bureaucrat with eyes that had seen too many compromised operations, cleared his throat. Madam President, our attempts at contact have been difficult. He seems to possess no digital footprint, no address, no phone number. He pays for everything in cash. He simply exists. When we have managed to dispatch agents to approach him, he either wanders off before they arrive or they are deterred. Deterred. Shirogane's gaze snapped to him. Explain. Kido swallowed. One team was deterred by the S-class hero Tatsumaki, who declared the subject off limits for government insects. Another was intercepted by the B-class hero Fubuki and her entire faction, who politely but firmly suggested our agents pursue other career opportunities. A third team simply lost him when he jogged away at a speed their vehicles could not match. Quote, Shirogane's fingers tapped a rhythmic, menacing beat on the polished obsidian table. So he has been co-opted, or at the very least, shielded by elements within the Hero Association. The very organization that is supposed to work in concert with us for public safety. They see him as an asset, Madam President, Kido offered. A new number one, the ultimate deterrent. Sitch has been fielding calls from our liaisons with uncharacteristic glee. He calls the subject Caped Baldy, and seems to view this entire situation as a colossal joke at our expense. A joke, Shirogane repeated. The word tasting like ash. A walking nuclear bomb is a joke. This is the rot at the core of the Hero Association. They value rankings and spectacle over order and security. They see a cannon and think only of how loud the boom will be, not where the cannonball will land. She stood, her shadow falling long across the room. This Izuku Midoriya is not an asset. He is a singularity, a power so absolute it renders every other power, every system we have built, meaningless. He is a threat to the balance of global power. If he cannot be controlled, he must be contained. If he cannot be contained, she let the sentence hang in the air, its chilling implication understood by all. Draft a protocol. Designation. Limiter. Explore all options. Quirk canceling technology, neurological agents, specialized capture heroes. I want a plan to neutralize him on my desk by the end of the week. Find him. And find a leash that will hold him. While the HPSC plotted in shades of gray, the Hero Association celebrated in a riot of color. In a bustling command center deep within a city, the atmosphere was electric. Screens that usually showed grim damage reports and mons. Terror threat levels were instead looping the same few clips. The sludge villain exploding, the UA. Zero-pointer being reduced to a cloud of shrapnel, and a blurry fan video of what looked like a yellow clad figure standing over the mangled corpse of the monster that had bested Endeavor. Sitch, a man whose permanent expression was usually one of exhausted exasperation, was actually smiling. It was a wide, slightly manic grin that stretched his face. "He's perfect," Sitch declared, clapping a portly, sweating executive on the back hard enough to make him cough. "Absolutely perfect. No grandstanding, no dramatic monologues, no merchandise deals. He just shows up, punches the problem until it ceases to be a problem, and then goes looking for a sale on cabbage. He's the purest form of hero we've ever seen. But we don't know anything about him, sir," a young analyst pointed out, her voice trembling slightly. "We don't know his motivations, the nature of his quirk." "Who cares?" Sitch boomed. "Did you see what he did to the Deep-Sea King's cousin, the subterranean sovereign? The monster was classified as a high dragon. It took out 3 S-class heroes before it even got to the surface. Then this guy shows up, asks it to quiet down because it's scaring the cats, and punches it so hard it flies into the stratosphere. We're still tracking the body on satellite. It's about to achieve low Earth orbit." The executives laughed, a wave of relief and excitement washing over them. For years, they had been fighting a losing war. The frequency and power of monster attacks were increasing exponentially. Their S-class heroes, a collection of powerful, dysfunctional personalities, were often as much of a headache as the threats they faced. But this was a solution. A simple, elegant, fist-shaped solution. "The HPSC is calling him an unregistered threat," the analyst continued timidly. "The HPSC would call a sunny day an unregistered solar event," Sitch scoffed. "They're terrified because they can't control him. Let them be. We will find him. We will offer him a place in the S-class. Hell, we'll make a new class just for him if we have to, and we will let him do what he does best." He leaned back in his chair, the smile never leaving his face. "Let Shirogane and her toy soldiers play their little games of control. We just found God, and he's wearing a cape." This fundamental, irreconcilable clash of philosophies, control versus power, order versus results, began to radiate outwards, creating fractures in the very foundation of hero society. The public, fed a steady diet of conflicting news reports, was torn. Some saw the unnamed puncher as a terrifying vigilante, a force of nature that needed to be shackled. Others saw him as a savior, a true hero in a world of commercialized phonies. The debate raged on talk shows, in online forums, and over dinner tables. The world was holding its breath, waiting to see which side this quiet, bald man would choose. They were all asking the wrong question. They assumed he had to choose a side. They had not yet grasped the simple truth. When you are the board, you don't have to pick a color. You don't even have to play the game. Deep beneath the earth, in a sprawling, cavernous network of tunnels carved by immense psychic power, a different kind of meeting was taking place. The air was cool and damp, smelling of wet stone and ozone. The only light came from the eerie, pulsating glow of Gyoro's grotesque, oversized eyeball form, which floated in the center of a vast chamber. Arranged before it were the LITE officers of the newly formed Monster Association. There was Neon, a live, cat-like monster, currently sharpening his claws on a stalagmite. Führer Ugly, whose hideous visage was a crime against aesthetics, was picking his nose with a gnarled finger. Gums, a monstrous mouth on legs, was simply drooling. And in the shadows, a humanoid figure of immense size and pressure remained silent, his PR essence alone a suffocating weight, Monster King Orochi. "The humans are in disarray," Psychosa's voice echoed from Gyoro, a sound that was both telepathic and auditory. Her analysis was, as always, chillingly precise. "Their two primary hero organizations, the Commission and the Association, are on the verge of open conflict. Their source of contention: a single, anomalous individual. Hologer. Affix images flickered into existence around the eyeball, displaying Izuku Midoriya from various angles. One showed him calmly sipping from a juice box. Another showed him punching the zero-pointer. A third showed him looking blankly at Tatsumaki. This man, Psychos continued, is the wrench in their machine. His power level is incalculable. It does not conform to any known quirk theory. He ours to operate on a different set of physical laws entirely. The tornado of terror, their most powerful psychic, unleashed her full power on him. The result was nothing. He did not resist. He simply was. Like trying to psychically lift a mountain. The mountain does not notice. Führer Ugly let out a derisive snort. So he's strong. Big deal. I'll just rip his face off. You would be atomized. Before your neurons finished processing the intent to attack, Psychos stated flatly, making the grotesque monster flinch. His power is not merely physical strength. It is a form of reality negation. When he punches, the universe simply agrees that whatever he hit should no longer exist in its current form. This is the linchpin. The humans are fighting over how to use or contain this weapon, leaving them vulnerable everywhere else. A low, rumbling voice, like stones grinding together, emanated from the shadows. And our purpose? It was Orochi. Our purpose is to accelerate their collapse, Psychos said, her massive eyes swiveling to face the Monster King. And to test the limits of this anomaly. We need to know his breaking point. Is he truly invincible? Can he be everywhere at once? Does he have a psychological weakness? We will give the heroes a war on so many fronts they will be forced to deploy him. We will stretch them thin, break their morale, and reveal the fragility of their society to the world. She gestured with a pseudopod, and a map of Japan lit up with dozens of glowing red markers. We will launch a coordinated, multi-city assault. Senior Centipede will surface in City F. Elder Centipede will strike City S. I have cultivated a new dragon-level threat, the Sky Gale Beast, specifically to counter their flying heroes in City H. Each attack will be led by one of our cadres, supported by hundreds of tiger and demon-level monsters. It will be an overwhelming wave of destruction. Neon purred, a sound like a revving chainsaw. Sounds like fun. Lots of squishy heroes to slice up. This is not for fun, you imbecile, Psychos snapped. This is a calculated strike. Each target is chosen to maximize chaos and strain a different aspect of the hero response infrastructure. We will force them to choose who to save and who to sacrifice. Her gaze, or the psychic projection of it, fell once more on the image of Izuku. And through it all, we will watch him. We will gather data. When the time is right, Lord Orochi, you will be the one to face him. And you will show him the true meaning of monstrous power. The command was given. Across the subterranean labyrinth, 1,000 monstrous roars echoed in anticipation. The world above, blissfully unaware, continued its petty squabbles, never suspecting that the ground beneath its feet was about to open up and swallow it whole. The Age of Heroes was about to face its greatest test, and the catalyst for it all was a bald man who was, at that very moment, trying to decide between two different brands of instant noodles. The first reports were a trickle, then a stream, then a flood. An emergency alert blared across every screen in the Hero Association Command Center, drowning out Sitch's cheerful boasting. Dragon-level threat confirmed in City F. It appears to be a gigantic centipede. Multiple demon-level threats in City J. They're amphibious. The port is lost. City H is under aerial assault. Hawks is engaged but he's overwhelmed. The threat is a monster made of storm clouds and razor-sharp wind. The room, once filled with laughter, was now a maelstrom of panicked shouting and frantic typing. Sitch's smile had vanished, replaced by a grim, sweaty pallor. The HPSC headquarters was experiencing the same deluge of catastrophic data, their neat, orderly world thrown into absolute chaos. The monsters were not just attacking, they were attacking everywhere, all at once. It was a symphony of destruction, and the heroes were the struggling, discordant orchestra. This crisis was the hammer blow that shattered the wall of pride between the two organizations. A frantic, high-level conference call, crackling with static and mutual animosity, was established. It took less than 10 Minutes for both President Shirogane and Sich to arrive at the same, unpalatable conclusion: they had to work together. An emergency summit was called. A neutral location was chosen: a reinforced underground bunker in City A. Originally designed to withstand a direct nuclear strike, it was a grim, utilitarian space, all gray concrete and exposed conduits, a fitting venue for the end of the world. The heroes arrived one by one, their expressions ranging from grim to furious. Endeavor strode in, his flames burning low and intense, his face a thunderous mask of rage at his own recent failure. Hawks glided in after him, his usual laid-back demeanor gone, replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. The legendary Silver Fang, Bang, entered with quiet dignity, his ancient eyes holding a deep well of concern. Atomic Samurai, Superalloy Darkshine, Pig God, the S-class of the Hero Association assembled, a pantheon of demigods brought low by the sheer scale of the crisis. From the HPSC came their elite, including the stoic Mirko and the formidable Yoroi Musha. And then there was All Might. He arrived in his skeletal form, his presence still commanding a solemn respect. He wasn't there as a combatant, but as a symbol, a reminder of what they were fighting for. He sat beside Nezu, the principal of UA, who had been brought in for his strategic genius. The tension in the room was thick enough to be a physical presence. The HPSC officials stood stiffly on one side, the association heroes on the other. They were a room full of dynamite and lit matches. The attacks are coordinated, President Shirogane began, her voice cutting through the silence. She stood before a tactical map of the country, which was now a horrifying tapestry of red alert icons. Too coordinated. This isn't a random surge. This is an organized assault by an unknown force. Our priority is civilian evacuation and threat containment. Our priority is smashing these bastards into paste. Endeavor snarled, slamming a fist on the table. And how do you propose we do that, Endeavor? Shirogane retorted, her voice dripping with ice. Your recent encounter with a single dragon-level threat ended with half a CIT. Y block leveled and the monster escaping. We are facing dozens of such threats simultaneously. Brute force is a luxury we no longer have. Before Endeavor could erupt, the reinforced door to the bunker hissed open. Everyone turned. Standing in the doorway, blinking in the harsh fluorescent light, was Izuku Midoriya. He was wearing his simple yellow jumpsuit and red gloves. Under one arm, he held a plastic grocery bag containing a single head of lettuce. In his other hand, he held a small, crumpled piece of paper. The room fell into a silence so profound it was almost deafening. This was him, the anomaly, the walking god, the source of all their political strife. He looked utterly unremarkable. Just a bald guy in a costume. Izuku looked around at the assembled faces, a mixture of the most powerful and influential people on the planet. He seemed unfazed. Oh, sorry. Is this the strategy meeting? A little bird person told me to come here. He glanced at Hawks, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. I was on my way back from the store. They have a 2-for-1 coupon on udon noodles, but it expires today and I wasn't sure if this meeting would go long, so, he trailed off, looking at the coupon in his hand with genuine concern. For a moment, no one knew how to react. The sheer, unadulterated banality of his entrance had short-circuited every brain in the room. Nezu was the first to recover, a strange, excited glint in his beady eyes. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, punctual as ever, I'm sure. Please, come in. Izuku walked into the room, his red boots squeaking softly on the polished concrete. He found an empty chair between a fuming Tatsumaki and an intensely nervous Fubuki, who had been brought in as a representative for the lower-ranked heroes and for her strategic acumen. He sat down and placed his grocery bag carefully on the floor. Tatsumaki shot him a venomous glare. What are you doing here, Baldy? This is for serious heroes, not part-time grocery shoppers. They said there were monsters. Izuku replied simply, looking at the map. That's a lot of red dots. Looks like a problem. President Shirogane cleared her throat, regaining her composure. Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Izuku with an intensity that could peel paint. Mr. Midoriya, you are here because, despite your unregistered status, you represent an undeniable tactical advantage. We need to know the extent of your abilities. Your quirk. What are its limits? Izuku turned his placid gaze to her. I don't have a quirk. I just trained a lot. And I'm a hero for fun. A vein pulsed in Shirigane's temple. This is not a time for games. Your cooperation is not optional. Before the interrogation could continue, Sitch intervened, beaming. Now, let's not bog down our trump card with paperwork. We have a crisis. We need to form squads and deploy immediately. The process of forming teams was fraught with tension and ego. Endeavor demanded to lead the charge against the strongest threat. Hawks was assigned to aerial reconnaissance. Bang and Atomic Samurai formed a strike team. The debate raged, but all the while, the unspoken question hung in the air: what to do with Izuku? He should be deployed to the most critical threat, Sitch argued. He is an unknown quantity. He should be held in reserve, Shirogane countered. It was Fubuki who spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady. You're both wrong. You're thinking of him as a weapon to be aimed. But we don't know the blast radius. She looked at Izuku, who was now examining a loose thread on his glove. His power is absolute, but it is not precise. Sending him into a densely populated area could cause as much collateral damage as the monster itself. He needs support, a team that can manage the environment and protect civilians while he deals with the core threat. Nezu's whiskers twitched. An excellent point, Ms. Fubuki. A scalpel and a sledgehammer. Who would you suggest be his scalpel? Fubuki took a deep breath. My sister and I. Tatsumaki shot to her feet, her green aura flaring. Absolutely not. I don't need a B-class weakling and a bald moron slowing me down. I can handle my assigned sector alone. Can you, Tatsumaki? Fubuki challenged, her voice rising with a rare show of confidence. The monster in your sector, Senior Centipede, is burrowing beneath the city, threatening to collapse. The entire subway system with thousands of people trapped inside. Your psychokinesis is powerful, but can you simultaneously rip a subterranean monster miles long out of the ground and reinforce the tunnels to prevent a catastrophic cave-in? Can you evacuate every civilian from the danger zone at the same time? Tatsumaki was stunned into silence. For all her power, she had her limits. She couldn't be in a dozen places at once. I can coordinate the evacuation and structural support, Fubuki pressed on. You can focus on extracting the monster. She nodded at Izuku, can kill it. It's the most efficient distribution of our abilities. The logic was undeniable. Shirogane and Sitch exchanged a look. It was a sound plan, proposed by the most unlikely of sources. Very well, Shirogane conceded, her tone clipped. Team Blizzard Tornado Baldi is a go. You are assigned to City F. Do not fail. Tatsumaki seethed, but she didn't argue further. She floated back down to her seat, crossing her arms and refusing to look at either her sister or Izuku. Izuku, for his part, just nodded. Okay, but can we stop for udon on the way? The coupon. The meeting ended. The greatest heroes of the generation filed out. Their faces set like stone, ready to face an apocalypse. As they left, Fubuki walked over to Izuku. Thank you for not making a scene, she said quietly. Izuku looked up from his coupon. Why would I? Your plan made sense. It's good to have a plan. He then looked at her, and then at Tatsumaki's rigid back. You're good at this. The thinking part. Fubuki felt a strange warmth spread through her chest. It was simple, direct praise, untainted by politics or ambition. It was nice. The feeling was quickly squashed by the immense dread of the task ahead. She, her arrogant sister, and a man who could break the planet by accident were about to go fight a monster the size of a mountain range. The end of the world was here, and her life had suddenly become very, very complicated. City F was a portrait of chaos. The ground trembled with a constant, rhythmic shudder, like a monstrous heartbeat. Cracks spider-webbed across streets and building facades. The air was filled with the sounds of screaming, sirens, and the deep, grinding roar of something immense moving beneath the earth. Senior Centipede, a dragon-level threat of terrifying scale, was turning the city's foundations into Swiss cheese. Their transport jet touched down on a relatively stable rooftop, and the trio stepped out into the dust-choked air. Below them, the scene was one of frantic, failing efforts. Pro-heroes were desperately trying to evacuate civilians from collapsing buildings while simultaneously fending off smaller, beetle-like monsters that had spawned from the main body. Tatsumaki immediately shot into the air, her green aura blazing like a furious star. "Stay out of my way, both of you. I'll handle this." Without waiting for a response, she extended her hands towards the ground. The entire city block groaned as she began to exert her will upon it. Pavement buckled, pipes burst, and a massive section of the cityscape began to lift into the air as if it were a child's toy block. Her plan was simple: brute force. Rip the entire section of the city off the planet to get to the bug underneath. "Tatsumaki, wait!" Fubuki screamed into her comms unit, her face pale with horror. "The structural integrity. You'll bring the whole district down on top of the evacuation shelters." "Insignificant details," Tatsumaki snarled back, sweat beading on her forehead from the sheer effort. "I'll just catch it all." But it was too much, even for her. A nearby skyscraper, its foundations compromised, began to tilt ominously. Fubuki acted instantly, a blue aura surrounding her as she threw up a psychic barrier. Not to attack, but to brace the falling building. Her power was a fraction of her sister's, but her application of it was infinitely more precise. She grunted with the strain, her nose starting to bleed. "It's too heavy," she gasped. While the two sisters were engaged in their power struggle, Izuku surveyed the scene. He saw the tilting building. He saw Fubuki struggling. He saw the panicked civilians still on the streets. And he heard the grinding of the monster deep below. He sighed. It all seemed so needlessly complicated. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, took a casual step off, and landed on the street below with a soft thud that cracked the asphalt in a perfect circle around his feet. He ignored the panicking crowds and the smaller monsters skittering around him. He walked to the center of the street, right above where the seismic activity was the strongest. "Hey, big bug, under the ground," he shouted, his voice cutting through the din with surprising clarity. "You're being really loud." Deep below, Senior Centipede sensed the minuscule vibration of his voice. It registered the being above as a potential threat, or perhaps food. A massive, house-sized pincer erupted from the ground, aiming to slice Izuku in half. Tatsumaki and Fubuki both cried out in alarm. But Izuku didn't even look at it. He simply cocked his fist back. He threw a single, seemingly casual punch at the ground in front of him. Normal punch. There was no sound, not at first. There was only pressure. A colossal, invisible force slammed downwards. The street for a mile in every direction was pulverized into dust. The shockwave didn't radiate outwards, it drilled straight down. It passed through soil, concrete, bedrock, and subway tunnels as if they weren't there. Miles below the surface, Senior Centipede's colossal, armored carapace, which could withstand military-grade explosives without a scratch, was hit by this column of pure, focused force. The monster didn't even have time to register pain. Its entire central body, a segment the size of a freight train, was instantly and utterly obliterated. It was not torn apart or crushed, it simply ceased to exist. Vaporized by the kinetic energy, the two ends of the monster, now severed, writhed in agony for a moment before dying. The grinding stopped, the tremors ceased. On the surface, the result was a perfectly straight, perfectly clean trench, a mile long and 10 feet wide, that went so deep it seemed to plunge into the planet's core. The skyscraper Fubuki had been holding simply settled back into place, the new trench having relieved the pressure on its foundations. Tatsumaki, still floating in the air, stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. Her grand display of power, lifting an entire city block, seemed like a child's tantrum in comparison. Fubuki, leaning against a wall and wiping blood from her nose, felt a wave of dizzying vertigo. He hadn't just killed the monster. He had deleted it from reality with all the effort of swatting a fly. Izuku dusted off his hands and looked up at them. "Okay, it's quiet now." The frustration on Tatsumaki's face was incandescent. You idiot, I had that. You just showed off and ruined my moment." Fubuki, however, felt a different emotion. It was a terrifying, humbling awe, but mixed with something else. Relief. He hadn't just ended the fight. He had ended the threat to the civilians and to her, all in one go. But the look on her sister's face told her this collaboration was already on thin ice. Their clash of styles wasn't just about strategy. It was a fundamental conflict between overwhelming pride and overwhelming power. Their comms crackled. "Team Blizzard, report." What was that seismic event? Have you neutralized the target? Fubuki took a shaky breath. The target is neutralized. But we have a new problem. The problem was that their greatest asset was also their most volatile element, and neither she nor her sister had any idea how to handle a man for whom the entire world was made of cardboard. The next crisis hit before they even had time to process the first. A Priority 1 alert screamed across their channels. A new dragon-level threat, codenamed Aegis, had appeared in the central business district of City C. But this was different. The monster, a crystalline entity that shimmered like a heat haze, wasn't destroying things. It had taken over the city's central hospital, a 50-story building filled with over 1,000 patients and staff. It's created some kind of shield, the frantic voice of a hero on the scene reported. A psychic barrier. Nothing can get through. We've tried everything. Physical attacks, energy blasts, they all just stop. They vanish a few feet from the barrier. Shirigane's voice cut in, cold and authoritative. All available S-class heroes converge on City C. Team Blizzard, you are the closest. Engage, analyze, and hold until reinforcements arrive. When they arrived, the scene was one of tense, desperate stalemate. The hospital was encased in a shimmering, semi-transparent dome of energy. Outside, heroes were gathered, their expressions grim. Inside, through the wavering shield, they could see the terrified faces of hostages pressed against the windows. Any attempt to breach the dome has resulted in the attacker erasing the attack, Mirko reported. Her leg muscles tensed as if ready to spring at a moment's notice. And it seems to be feeding on the psychic energy of the hostages, fear. The stronger their terror, the stronger the shield. Tatsumaki floated forward, her eyes glowing with power. A psychic shield, pathetic. She focused her power, a terrifying concentration of green energy, and hurled it at the dome. It hit the barrier and, like a drop of water on a hot skillet, sizzled and evaporated into nothing. Tatsumaki staggered back, a look of genuine shock on her face. Her power had been nullified. It's a conceptual defense, Fubuki murmured. Her eyes narrowed in intense concentration as she analyzed the shimmering energy. It's not blocking the attacks, it's denying their existence. It's a psychic dead zone. Raw power is useless. Izuku walked up to the shield. He looked at the terrified people inside, at a small child crying against the glass. He didn't understand the complex mechanics of psychic powers. He just saw people who needed help. He pulled back his fist. Wait, Fubuki yelped, grabbing his arm. It was like grabbing a steel girder. Don't. A punch from you. It won't just break the shield, I'll probably vaporize the entire hospital. Your power is too absolute, it's all or nothing. We can't risk it. For the first time since gaining his power, Izuku was faced with a problem he couldn't solve by hitting it. A flicker of something, frustration, helplessness, crossed his face. He lowered his fist. The monster, Aegis, seemed to sense their hesitation. A telepathic voice, smooth and cruel, echoed in all their minds. Your strength is your weakness. The mighty hero, afraid to strike for fear of harming the very insects he wishes to protect. How deliciously ironic. I will feed on their despair until I am strong enough to encase this entire city in my sanctuary of fear. The heroes fell into a state of despair. They were powerless. They could only watch as the monster grew stronger. But Fubuki's mind was racing. Conceptual defense, feeds on fear, has to be a weak point. It has to be focused, she said aloud, an idea sparking in her mind. It can't erase everything at once. It has to choose what to negate. It's a conscious act. Its attention is on the outside, on our attacks. She turned to her sister, her expression desperate but resolute. Tatsumaki, I have a plan, but I need you to trust me. Tatsumaki looked at her, then at the impenetrable shield, her pride warring with the reality of her failure. What is it? She bit out. Its mind is focused outward. We need to attack it from the inside. Not physically, but mentally, Fubuki explained, speaking quickly. You're the only one powerful enough to do it. You have to breach its mental defenses, bypass the shield, and attack its consciousness directly. Distract it, overwhelm it, make it focus all its energy on fighting you in its own mind. And what good will that do? Tatsumaki scoffed. While I'm having a headache. It's still holding the hostages. While it's fighting you, its focus will be internal, Fubuki pressed. Its physical body, the core that's generating the shield, will be momentarily vulnerable. Unprotected by the conceptual defense. It's like a computer using all its processing power on one task. The other systems will be unguarded. She turned her intense gaze to Izuku. That's where you come in. You'll be our fist. But you can't just punch the shield. You have to be the ultimate defense. The monster is going to retaliate. It's going to throw everything it has at us to stop my sister from getting into its head. You have to stand in front of us and take it all. You have to be our shield, so we can be your spear. It was a crazy, desperate plan. It relied on perfect trust and timing between three people who barely functioned as a team. Izuku looked at Fubuki, then at Tatsumaki. He saw the determination in Fubuki's eyes and the grudging acceptance in Tatsumaki's. He nodded slowly. Okay, I'll be the shield. He walked forward and stood a few yards from the shimmering dome, planting his feet. He didn't brace himself. He didn't power up. He just stood there, a calm, unmovable object. Do it, Tatsumaki said to her sister, her eyes closing as she began to focus her immense psychic will. Fubuki stood behind her, creating a secondary barrier to protect them from any physical backlash. Aegis felt the mental intrusion immediately. A foolish gnat dares to enter my mind. This gnat is about to collapse your entire reality, Tatsumaki's mental voice snarled back. The battle began. Green psychic energy poured from Tatsumaki as she threw her entire consciousness against the monster's mind. The shield around the hospital flickered violently. Aegis, enraged, retaliated. Crystalline spears, each one imbued with the same conceptual erasure power, erupted from the dome, firing directly at the two sisters. They never reached them. Izuku moved. He wasn't fast in a flashy way, he was simply there. His hand came up and he slapped the first spear out of the air. It didn't explode. It just stopped. Its energy was negated by the sheer physical fact of his glove. Another volley came. He swatted them away like flies. Aegis shrieked in fury. It focused a portion of its power into a massive beam of pure void, a ribbon of nothingness designed to unmake whatever it touched. The beam surged towards them. Fubuki cried out in terror. Izuku just stood there. The beam hit him square in the chest. His yellow jumpsuit rippled slightly. That was it. The beam of absolute erasure splashed against him and dissipated, utterly useless. He hadn't even budged. He was a force of nature so fundamental that the concept of nothing had no meaning when applied to him. Is that it? He asked, looking bored. Inside the mental landscape, Tatsumaki was waging a war. She ripped apart the monster's psychic defenses, tearing through landscapes of fear and memory. She was relentless, a psychic hurricane. But Aegis was strong, and she was beginning to tire. Fubuki, now, she screamed, both mentally and physically. I've got its attention. Its core is exposed. Fubuki's eyes, which had been scanning the shimmering monster inside the dome, snapped into focus. She saw it, a flicker. A tiny, almost imperceptible wavering in the monster's crystalline body, a spot where the conceptual defense was no longer active. Izuku, now, center mass, 10 degrees to the left of the main spire. Do it now. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He trusted them. He trusted Fubuki's eyes and Tatsumaki's strength. He cocked his fist back. For a moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Consecutive normal punches. It wasn't one punch. It was 100, 1,000. AP. Phantom blur of red gloves moving so fast they seemed to be in all places at once. Each punch was aimed at the exact same point in space, the spot Fubuki had indicated. But they weren't hitting the shield. They were striking the air in front of the shield. Each punch sent a shockwave, a precise, focused piston of force, through the air. The first shockwave hit the now vulnerable core and cracked it. The second widened the crack. The third, fourth, and 100th followed in less than a nanosecond. The monster, its mind completely occupied by Tatsumaki, couldn't react. It couldn't re-establish its shield. Its crystalline body shattered into a million pieces. The shield around the hospital instantly collapsed. The monster was dead. The silence that followed was absolute. Tatsumaki collapsed to her knees, panting, drained from the psychic exertion. Fubuki rushed to her side, herself trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. Izuku stood over them, his fist still smoking slightly, his expression unchanged. He had acted as their weapon. But more than that, he had trusted them to aim him. He had placed his absolute power in their hands. They had relied on his strength to protect them, allowing them to do what he could not. They had worked together. They had won. Amidst the wreckage and the cheers of the freed hostages, the three of them looked at each other. A new bond had been RGED in the heat of an impossible battle, a bond of shared victory, mutual reliance, and a dawning, profound respect. It was the beginning of something new, a trio that the world, and the cosmic entities watching from beyond, would soon learn to fear and admire in equal measure. Chapter 5. The First Gift. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight. Not a cleansing downpour or a gentle summer shower, but a miserable, gray drizzle that seeped into the concrete bones of Z-City and mirrored the perpetual dampness in Kenji Tanaka's soul. From his cramped, one-room apartment, he watched the world through a grime-streaked window. Below, neon signs bled into slick asphalt, painting the city in strokes of electric melancholy. Each drop of rain that slid down the glass felt like another tick of the clock counting down his irrelevance. Kenji Tanaka had once been a pro-hero. His name, the Refractor, was now a forgotten footnote in the annals of heroics, a name that had never even managed to crack the top 300 in the C-class rankings. His quirk, lenticular shift, allowed him to bend and focus ambient light. In theory, it sounded impressive. In practice, it was laughably weak. He could create dazzling light shows, intricate rainbow patterns, and, on a very good day with a migraine-inducing level of concentration, a beam of light hot enough to slowly melt a plastic bottle. His signature move, Prismatic Lance, was less a weapon and more a high-powered flashlight. Villains had literally laughed at him. Children with magnifying glasses on a sunny day posed a greater threat. He'd been dismissed from his agency 5 years ago. Lack of practical application, the letter had said. It was a sterile, corporate way of saying he was useless. He'd tried to go independent, but the paperwork, the lack of support, and the sheer humiliation of being outshined by heroes with flashy, destructive quirks had ground him down. Now, at 34, he was a security guard at a downtown parking garage. His hero costume packed away in a cardboard box under a bed that smelled of mildew and regret. He spent his nights watching the news, a bitter stew of envy and self-loathing bubbling in High's gut as he saw men like Endeavor and Hawks lauded as gods among men. They had been born with power. He had been born with a party trick. It isn't fair, he whispered to the empty room, the words a familiar, pathetic mantra. The television droned on, showing a news report about the unnamed puncher, the bald man in the tracksuit who had changed the weather with a single blow. The footage was grainy, but the effect was undeniable. A power that dwarfed all might, a power that broke the very concept of limits. Kenji felt a fresh wave of nausea. That man, whoever he was, had been given everything. He, Kenji, had been given nothing. It was then that the whisper started. It wasn't a sound that came through his ears. It was a vibration in the hollow space behind his eyes, a thought that felt both alien and intimately his own. It isn't fair. Kenji flinched, looking around the empty apartment. The voice was deep, resonant, and cold as the void between stars. It echoed his own sentiment with an unnerving, perfect clarity. You see the truth, the voice continued, a silken thread weaving through his consciousness. This world is a game of chance. A lottery of genetics. Some are born with the keys to the kingdom. Others are born to watch from the gutter. You were born to watch. He clutched his head, a genuine spike of fear piercing his apathy. Was he going insane? It felt too real. Who's there? He croaked, his voice raw. A spectator. An observer of this fascinating, flawed experiment called life. I have seen countless worlds rise and fall. I have watched stars be born and die. And I have seen men like you, brimming with potential, with desire, yet shackled by the cruel joke of their own birth. The room grew colder. The gray light from the window seemed to dim, the colors of the city below draining away. Kenji's heart hammered against his ribs. This was not a quirk. This was something else, something ancient and vast. You crave power, the witness stated, not as a question, but as a fact. Not for fame, not for money, but for validation, for the world to finally see what you could have been. To silence the laughter, To become the one who is watched, not the watcher. Tears welled in Kenji's eyes. The voice knew him. It understood the deepest, most shameful desires he buried beneath layers of feigned indifference. It saw the core of his misery and, instead of judging, it seemed to offer a solution. "What do you want?" Kenji asked, his voice trembling. "To be entertained. This world of heroes and villains is a delightful stage play, but the actors are growing stale. The script is predictable. I wish to introduce a new element. A force of nature that will make them question the very foundations of their reality. And I have chosen you to be my leading man." A pinprick of darkness appeared in the center of the room. It didn't absorb light, it unmade it. It was a hole in reality, an absolute nothingness that pulled at the senses. Kenji felt an overwhelming urge to look away. Yet he was captivated by its perfect, terrifying emptiness. "I offer you a gift, Kenji Tanaka. A power beyond quirks. A power not of creation, but of uncreation. The power to make things cease. No more weakness. No more laughter. No more irrelevance. You will become a concept. A living void. All you must do is accept." The darkness began to expand, slowly, silently. It was the promise of oblivion, framed as the ultimate power. Kenji thought of his pathetic life. The mocking faces of his former colleagues. The pity in his parents' eyes. The crushing weight of his own failure. He looked at the expanding void, and for the first time in years, he didn't feel despair. He felt hope. A terrible, monstrous hope. "I accept," he whispered. The void surged forward, and his world ended. There was no pain. There was only a profound sense of unraveling. His body, his memories, his name, his very essence, it was all pulled apart thread by thread and rewoven into something new. He was no longer Kenji Tanaka, the failed hero. He was an absence, a wound in the fabric of the universe. He was the void apostle, and his first act would be to erase the glittering, fraudulent world that had discarded him. The headquarters of the Hero Association was a monument to modern power. A gleaming silver tower that speared the clouds, it was designed to be a fortress and a symbol, a beacon of order in a chaotic world. Inside, the atmosphere was one of controlled panic. The emergence of the unnamed puncher had thrown the delicate balance of power between the association and the Hero Public Safety Commission into a tailspin. Executives scurried through pristine hallways, their hushed conversations a frantic buzz of strategy and damage control. Sitch, the grizzled, weary minister of the association, was in the main command center, a vast room dominated by a holographic globe displaying hero deployments and threat levels across the globe. The sphere was currently a worrying shade of orange, indicating the coordinated monster attacks that had recently strained their resources to the breaking point. "Status report from City J," Sitch demanded, his voice tight. "Drive. Knight is still engaged with the centipede-class monster," an operator replied. "He's holding, but requesting backup. We're stretched too thin too." The operator was cut off by a sudden, jarring alarm. It wasn't the shrill cry of a monster sighting, but a deeper, more fundamental klaxon, the proximity alert for the tower itself. "What is that? We have a 20-block security perimeter," Sitch snapped. "Sir," another operator said, her voice trembling as she stared at her monitor. "Something just appeared on the roof." Every screen in the room flashed to the rooftop security feed. The IMOG showed a figure standing in the center of the helipad, the rain plastering its simple, dark robes to its form. It was humanoid, but there was something profoundly wrong with it. Its features were indistinct, as if viewed through smoke or warped glass. Its presence felt like a glitch in the recording, a patch of static given life. "Identify it. Is it a villain? A monster?" "We're trying, sir. There's nothing. No heat signature. No energy reading. No quirk factor. It's like he isn't there." Before Sitch could issue an order, the figure on the screen lifted a hand. The rooftop camera, a hard-dened piece of military-grade technology, flickered and then simply vanished from the feed, replaced by white noise. Not broken. Vanished. A moment later, the entire building shuddered as if struck by an earthquake. "He's inside," someone screamed. The chaos was immediate. The building's internal defense systems roared to life. Automated turrets deployed from the ceilings, locking onto the intruder who now stood calmly in a top-floor corridor. They unleashed a volley of high-caliber rounds. But the bullets didn't ricochet. They didn't hit a barrier. They flew halfway to their target and then ceased to exist, their kinetic energy vanishing with them. The apostle took a step, and a 10-foot section of the reinforced titanium wall beside him was erased, opening a direct path to the executive levels. He moved not with speed, but with an unnerving inevitability, like a crack spreading through ice. The first responders were a team of A-class heroes stationed in the tower for security. There was Backdraft, who could manipulate water, and Death Gatling, whose quirk turned his arm into a powerful Vulcan cannon. "Surrender now, villain," Death Gatling roared, unleashing a torrent of lead. The Void Apostle watched the bullets disappear a few feet from his face. He turned his indistinct gaze towards the hero. "You have a name," the Apostle's voice echoed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "It has weight. It has meaning. Let me lighten your burden." He gestured. Death Gatling's cannon arm didn't explode. It simply wasn't there anymore. The hero stared at the smooth, Cotter-ized stump where his arm and his entire identity had been, a scream of pure, uncomprehending horror tearing from his throat. Backdraft, seeing this, sent a high-pressure jet of water at the apostle. The water vanished midstream. The apostle waved a hand again, and the hero himself was gone, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air and a sudden, collective amnesia among the other heroes. They knew someone else had been there, but the memory was a blur, a name they couldn't quite recall. He wasn't just erasing matter, he was erasing the record of matter. The S-class heroes were summoned. The message was simple and stark: God-level threat. Headquarters under assault. Endeavor was the first of the heavy hitters to arrive, blasting through a window in a storm of righteous fire. He saw the apostle standing over the broken forms of lesser heroes, a placid hole in the world. "You dare attack the heart of hero society?" Endeavor bellowed, his body wreathed in flame. "You will burn for this insolence." Prominence burn. A concentrated torrent of incandescent plasma, hot enough to vaporize steel, erupted from his body. It was his ultimate attack, the pinnacle of his power. It surged towards the apostle, a roaring wave of destruction. And it was swallowed by nothing. The flames didn't even flicker out. They were just gone, the attack unmade from existence, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. Endeavor froze, his mind struggling to process what he'd just seen. The apostle tilted its head. "A powerful flame," it said, its voice devoid of emotion. "But all fire must eventually go out." It pointed a finger. A small, perfect sphere of nothingness, no bigger than a marble, shot towards Endeavor. He instinctively dodged, but it wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the source of his power. The sphere touched his chest, and Endeavor's flames sputtered and died. Not suppressed, not dampened, gone. He felt a profound, horrifying cold spread through his body. His quirk, the very core of his being, was gone. He was just a man, powerless and shivering in a ruined hallway. From another corridor, a swarm of crimson feathers shot forth, each one sharpened to a razor's edge. Hawks swooped in, his expression grim. He'd seen Endeavor's failure. He wouldn't make the same mistake of a direct assault. He used his feathers to attack from a dozen angles at once, trying to overwhelm the apostle's defenses. The feathers were erased, all of them. "You are fast," the apostle noted. "But speed is just the concept of distance over time. And concepts can be broken." It looked at Hawks, and the hero felt a sudden, crushing inertia. His wings locked up. His speed was gone. He dropped from the air like a stone, his quirk completely neutralized. One by one, the heroes fell. Bang! The master of martial arts found his fist of flowing water, crushing rock, unable to make contact, his blows passing through the apostle as if it were smoke. The S-class hero tanktop master threw a skyscraper-sized chunk of debris, only to watch it crumble into non-existence. Despair began to set in. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. This thing wasn't a villain, it was a law of physics. It was entropy personified. High above the chaos, Tatsumaki descended from the sky, her green aura crackling with furious, unrestrained power. Her eyes burned with indignation. She saw the fallen S-class heroes, the crumbling tower. The single, unimpressive figure at the center of it all. "Enough of this pathetic display," she snarled, her voice amplified by her psychic energy. She didn't bother with subtlety. She reached out with her mind, past the atmosphere, past the stratosphere, and grabbed the first suitable projectile she could find. A small, city block-sized asteroid from the nearby belt. The sky above Z City ripped open. A new, malevolent star appeared, growing larger and brighter with terrifying speed. The heroes on the ground stared up in awe and terror. Tatsumaki was ending this. She was pulling a meteor from orbit. The meteor screamed through the atmosphere, wreathed in fire and plasma, a literal apocalypse aimed at a single target. It was the ultimate expression of raw, overwhelming power. The Void Apostle looked up. It raised a single, placid hand. The meteor, a mountain of rock and metal traveling at Mach 25, vanished. There was no explosion, no shockwave, no sound. One moment, it was there. A city-killing projectile filling the entire sky. The next, it was gone. The sky was empty, save for the lingering trails of smoke. Tatsumaki froze midair. Her mind, which had been straining under the colossal force of guiding the meteor, suddenly found itself pushing against nothing. The abrupt release of psychic pressure sent a shockwave through her own body. A trickle of blood ran from her nose. She stared, her wide green eyes filled with a shattering disbelief. Her power, her absolute, world-bending power, the force that had defined her entire existence, had just been negated as easily as flicking off a light switch. Power is an illusion, the Apostle's voice echoed in her mind, a direct, intimate violation. And all illusions can be dispelled. For the first time since she was a child in a laboratory, Tatsumaki felt the cold, sharp sting of genuine fear. Her pride, her arrogance, her entire identity was built on the foundation that she was the strongest. That foundation had just been erased. Izuku Midoriya arrived on the scene with a plastic bag in his hand containing a single leek, a carton of milk, and a special offer pack of instant katsudon. He'd been on his way home when the sky had caught fire. Seeing a meteor spontaneously appear and then disappear was unusual, even for this city. It was also in the direction of the Hero Association HQ, where he knew Fubuki and Tatsumaki had been called for a meeting. He arrived to a scene of utter despair. The top floors of the magnificent tower were crumbling. Pro-heroes, the strongest people he knew, were scattered across the plaza below like broken dolls. He saw Endeavor, sitting against a wall, looking pale and small. He saw Hawks, struggling to stand, his famous red wings looking dull and lifeless. The air was thick with the ozone of negated quirks and the bitter stench of hopelessness. And in the center of a massive crater in the building's facade, he saw the cause. A robed figure, exuding an aura of profound emptiness. Floating above it all was Tatsumaki, looking more vulnerable than he had ever seen her. And near the edge of the conflict, Fubuki was coordinating an evacuation. Her face a mask of strained professionalism, but her eyes wide with terror. He set his grocery bag down gently by a miraculously intact bench. "Hey," he called out, his voice calm and even, cutting through the tense silence. Every head turned towards him. The Void Apostle, Fubuki, and a pale-faced Tatsumaki all focused on the bald man in the cheap yellow tracksuit. "You're the one causing all this trouble, right?" Izuku asked, pointing. "Could you stop? You're making everyone upset." The Apostle turned its full attention to him. For the first time, it seemed to register something of interest. "The anomaly. The one who broke the rules without a gift. You are different." "Maybe," Izuku said with a shrug. "But you're hurting people. That's not okay." He vanished from his spot, reappearing directly in front of the Apostle in the space between heartbeats. He drew back a fist, a simple, straightforward punch with no fanfare. It was the same kind of punch that had liquidated the sludge villain and turned the zero-pointer into confetti. He threw the punch. His fist connected with nothing. There was no impact, no resistance, no feedback. His knuckles, which could shatter mountains, passed straight through the Apostle's chest as if it were a hologram. The force of his punch continued onward, creating a devastating shockwave that flattened the remaining section of the tower behind the Apostle. But the target itself was completely unharmed. Izuku blinked, pulling his fist back. That was new. The Apostle laughed, a dry, rasping sound like crumbling stone. "Your strength is physical. It is an expression of matter and energy. But I am neither. I am the absence of both. How can you punch a hole? How can you strike a shadow? You are a powerful man, but you are still just a man." I am a living concept of nothingness. Izuku tilted his head. So, you're saying I can't punch you? That is precisely what I am saying, the apostle confirmed, a hint of cosmic smugness in its tone. Oh, Izuku said. Okay. He looked genuinely perplexed, like a man trying to solve a tricky crossword puzzle. From her position, Fubuki's mind was racing faster than it ever had before. She had seen it all. The negation of quirks, the erasure of the meteor. And now, Izuku's punch, the most powerful force on the planet, had failed. Raw power was useless. This wasn't a problem Mu could solve with overwhelming force. This was a riddle, and her entire life, living in the shadow of her sister's apocalyptic power, had forced her to be a problem solver. She watched the apostle, ignoring the chaos, ignoring the fear that threatened to paralyze her. She analyzed its movements, its gestures, its focus. When Death Gatling attacked, the apostle looked at his arm. When Endeavor attacked, it focused on his chest. When the meteor descended, it raised its hand to meet it. It wasn't an automatic aura of erasure. It was targeted. It was a conscious act. It has to choose what to erase, she realized. The thought a lightning bolt in her mind. It was a small detail, a tiny crack in its absolute defense, but it was everything. Her gaze shot to her sister. Tatsumaki was still floating, seemingly frozen. Her confidence and power shattered. Fubuki knew she couldn't do this alone. She needed the tornado of terror. Not just her power, but her focus. Tatsumaki. Fubuki screamed, her voice cutting through the air. Sister, get down here, now. Tatsumaki slowly drifted down, landing with an uncharacteristic lack of grace. Her eyes were unfocused. It's no use, Fubuki, she whispered. The words sounding alien coming from her. Power doesn't work. You're wrong, Fubuki said, grabbing her sister's shoulders, forcing her to make eye contact. Your kind of power doesn't work. His kind of power doesn't work. But ours might. Tatsumaki stared at her, confusion warring with despair. What are you talking about? It's selective, Fubuki explained, her words coming in a rapid-fire torrent. It has to focus on what it erases. It's not a passive shield. We can't destroy it from the outside, but maybe we can break it from the inside. It's mind. A flicker of understanding, then doubt, crossed Tatsumaki's face. My psychic attacks will be erased before they even connect. Not if you don't attack the entity itself, Fubuki pressed, her grip tightening. Don't attack the void. Attack the man inside it. That thing. It talks. It has a personality. It was a person once. It has to be. And every person has a history. Regrets. Failures. The plan bloomed in Fubuki's mind, audacious and desperate. Tatsumaki, you are the most powerful psychic on this planet. You have to be. I need you to create an illusion. No, a psychic world. Something so massive, so complex, so utterly overwhelming that it forces the apostle to focus all its power on defending its mind. Drown it in its own worst memories. Tatsumaki's eyes widened. The scale of what Fubuki was suggesting was immense. To create a psychic reality strong enough to ensnare a being of this magnitude would take everything she had. It might kill her, but as she looked at her younger sister, standing tall, and defiant where she herself had faltered, she saw not the weakling she'd always tried to protect, but a strategist. A leader. And what will you be doing while I'm tearing my brain apart? Tatsumaki asked, a hint of her old fire returning. While you have it distracted, its focus will be on your illusion, Fubuki said, her voice steady. That's my opening. My psychic power isn't as strong as yours, but it's more subtle. I'll search for its anchor. The core of the original person buried deep inside the void. The source code. And once I find it, she looked over at Izuku, who was still standing before the apostle, trying to poke it with his finger, which was passing right through. I'll give him something to punch. It was the most insane plan they had ever conceived. It relied on perfect timing, absolute trust, and a level of power that bordered on self-destruction. Tatsumaki looked from Fubuki to Izuku, then to the creature that had made a mockery of her existence. A slow, dangerous smile spread across her face. All right, little sister, let's show this floating piece of nothing what a real psychic can do. Tatsumaki rose into the air once more, but this time, her aura wasn't just a crackling expression of power. It was a focused, Concentrated wave of pure mental energy. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable psychic pressure that made mortal minds ache. "Hey, you," she shouted at the apostle, her voice ringing with renewed, defiant purpose. "You think you're so impressive because you can make things disappear. Let's see how you handle something that was never there to begin with." She thrust her hands forward. There was no physical manifestation, no green glow. Instead, the world around the void apostle warped. The ruined city, the gray sky, the watching heroes, it all dissolved into a swirling vortex of color and sound. The apostle was no longer in Z City. It was somewhere else, somewhere inside. Kenji Tanaka stood on the stage of the UA High Sports Festival Stadium. He was 17 again. The roar of the crowd was a physical blow. He was facing off against a student whose quirk let him create explosions from his hands. He remembered this moment. This was the first great humiliation of his life. He had tried his prismatic lance. The other student had laughed and blasted him out of the ring in under 3 seconds. But this time, it was different. The laughter from the crowd wasn't just mocking. It was monstrous, amplified 1,000-fold. The faces in the stands twisted into grotesque caricatures of his father, his teachers, his former colleagues. Useless. Party trick. Pathetic. The words slammed into him, each one a physical impact. The illusion shattered, and he was in his old agency's office. His boss, a man with a street-earned face and a powerful steel transformation quirk, was handing him his termination letter. "Lack of practical application," the man said, his voice booming like a god's. The steel of his skin began to glow red-hot, the heat pressing in on Kenji, suffocating him. Scene after scene assaulted him, a psychic onslaught of every failure, every insecurity, every moment of shame he had ever experienced. All amplified and distorted by Tatsumaki's rage. He was forced to relive a lifetime of inadequacy in the space of a few seconds. The void apostle in the real world flinched. Its form flickered violently. It was working. The entity was so focused on battling the psychic demons Tatsumaki had unleashed in its mindscape that its control over the physical world was wavering. "Fubuki, now," Tatsumaki grunted, blood now flowing freely from her nose and ears. The strain was unimaginable, a war fought on a battlefield of pure thought. Fubuki closed her eyes, extending her own, more delicate psychic senses. She plunged into the chaotic storm of Tatsumaki's illusion, searching. It was like trying to find a single specific grain of sand in a hurricane. She pushed past the screaming memories, the psychic noise, and looked for the quiet center. The source, the signature of the man who had made the deal. There, it was small, a faint, flickering ember of humanity buried beneath layers of cosmic void and psychic trauma. A consciousness, a name, Kenji Tanaka. It was the anchor point, the physical host to which the witness's power was tethered. "Izuku," she screamed, pouring all her strength. "Nto," the psychic beacon she was projecting. "It's there. Inside its chest. There's a man. Aim for the man, not the monster." Izuku, who had been watching the sisters with a quiet, unwavering trust, nodded once. He understood. It wasn't about punching harder. It was about punching smarter. He looked at the flickering form of the apostle, and for the first time, he wasn't looking at a void. He was looking at a person. A sad, broken person who had been given a terrible power. He drew his fist back. This time, there was no casualness to the motion. His calm, almost bored expression was replaced by one of profound, absolute seriousness. The air around him didn't just compress, it seemed to thin, to bend, space and time themselves warping around the potential energy he was about to unleash. Fubuki held the psychic lock, her body trembling with effort. Tatsumaki held the illusion, a silent scream of willpower echoing in the minds of everyone present. They were the spotters, the navigators. They were aiming the cannon. At the perfect moment, their voices, one physical, one mental, screamed in unison. Now, Izuku threw his punch. Serious punch. The punch was not aimed at the void. It was not aimed at the physical space the apostle occupied. Guided by Fubuki's psychic tether, it was aimed at the concept of Kenji Tanaka. It was a blow directed at a metaphysical address, a punch T. Had traveled through the fabric of reality itself. There was no sound, no thunderous boom. There was only a single, resonant crack. It was the sound of a promise being broken. The sound of a cosmic connection being severed. The psychic landscape Tatsumaki had built shattered into a billion pieces of light. The oppressive aura of nothingness vanished. The power gifted by the witness, its anchor point forcefully ejected from its host. Retreated from their dimension, banished by a force it could not comprehend. The dark robes collapsed, the indistinct form dissolving away. In its place, a mortal man, Kenji Tanaka, fell to the ground, unconscious but alive, his quirk returned to its normal, pathetic state. The threat was over. The moment the apostle fell, the tension broke. Tatsumaki's strength gave out completely. Her psychic power extinguishing like a snuffed flame. She dropped from the sky, her body limp. Fubuki, drained from her own mental exertion, stumbled, her legs turning to jelly. Izuku moved in a blur, catching Tatsumaki in one arm and steadying Fubuki with the other before either of them could hit the ground. He held them both, the three of them forming a small, exhaust Ted Island in the midst of the vast destruction. Silence descended upon the ruined plaza. The surviving heroes, the civilians, the whole world watched, breathless. In the quiet, held securely in Izuku's arms, the adrenaline and terror of the past hour washed away, leaving both sisters raw and vulnerable. They had faced true, conceptual oblivion. They had stared into the void and had almost been erased by it. And the only thing that had pulled them through was their trust in each other, and in him. Fubuki looked up at Izuku, her carefully constructed composure gone, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I thought we were going to die, she whispered, her voice cracking. And all I could think about was that I never told you. She took a shaky breath. I think I'm in love with you, Izuku. Tatsumaki, slumped against his other side, stirred. She glared weakly at Fubuki, then at Izuku. Her face was a mess of blood and tear tracks. Don't be an idiot, she snarled, her voice hoarse. The insult lacking any of its usual bite. You're both idiots. She buried her face in his tracksuit, her voice muffled but painfully clear. I was scared. Not of that thing. I was scared for you, you moron. I think I love you too. It was the hardest, most humiliating confession of her life, torn from her by the sheer terror of almost losing him. Izuku looked down at the two women in his arms. The most powerful psychic on earth and her brilliant, ambitious sister. They were both trembling, having laid their hearts bare in the wreckage of a battlefield. He had been isolated by his power for so long, a man apart from the world he so desperately wanted to protect. Fights were boring, life was mundane, and purpose was a distant, fleeting thing. But with them, it was different. With them, he felt grounded. He felt human. They didn't just see his strength. They had trusted it, guided it, and given it a purpose beyond simple destruction. They made him feel safe in a way that had nothing to do with being invincible. He looked at Fubuki, then at Tatsumaki. A small, genuine smile touched his lips. It was the easiest choice he had ever made. Okay, he said simply, his voice soft but absolute. He held them a little tighter. Me too. Chapter 6. A trio against the world. The aftermath of the Void Apostle incident was not a celebration. There were no parades, no triumphant speeches broadcast from pristine podiums. The world did not cheer, it held its breath. The battle had not been won with overwhelming force in a way people could comprehend. It had been won by a conceptual punch that shattered a psychic landscape, a feat so abstract that it left a void in its wake, a void filled with terror. Humanity had stared into the abyss, and the only thing that had stared back was a bald man in a cheap tracksuit, flanked by two impossibly powerful women. The fear of the unknown monster was replaced by the fear of the unknown savior. Society, a special, one built on the meticulously categorized and regulated system of quirks, abhors a vacuum. And Izuku Midoriya was the largest vacuum in recorded history. The media storm was instantaneous and biblical in its scope. News channels ran 24/7 coverage, their graphics packages a frantic collage of Izuku's impassive face, Tatsumaki's swirling green aura, and Fubuki's determined gaze. Pundits, quirk analysts, sociologists, and retired heroes all weighed in, their voices a cacophony of confusion. We are looking at an entity that operates outside every known parameter of quirk theory, one analyst said, his face grim. The quirk singularity theory never accounted for this. This isn't an evolution, it's a negation of the entire system. The real story here, a sharp-tongued talk show host countered. Her expression, a mix of scandal and glee, is the dynamic. The tornado of terror and her sister, hellish Blizzard, in what appears to be a polyamorous relationship with this man. It's a flagrant disregard for the moral standards we expect from our top-ranked heroes. Online forums were a digital wildfire. Threads exploded with theories. He was an alien, a government experiment, a cryptid, the physical manifestation of a god. The hashtag Caped Baldy was trending globally, but so was hashtag Hero Harem and hashtag Tornado Menace. The narrative was slipping from a story of heroism into one of sensationalism and dread. The public, fed a steady diet of heroes with well-defined powers and catchy ultimate moves, couldn't process a hero whose power was simply, yes. This societal anxiety was a fertile ground for the Hero Public Safety Commission. In a sterile, soundproofed boardroom high above the clouds, a place where the air was filtered and morality was a variable, HPSC President Kana Nami watched the chaos unfold on a wall of holographic screens. She was a woman carved from ice and ambition, her features sharp, her gray hair pulled into a severe bun that allowed no stray strands. Her quirk was perfect recall, which meant she had never forgotten a single mistake, a single casualty, or a single threat to the system she had dedicated her life to upholding. To her, Izuku Midoriya was not a person. He was the sum total of every potential catastrophe she had ever imagined, made flesh. He remains unregistered, she stated, her voice as crisp as shattering glass. Her subordinates, a collection of stern-faced men and women in identical black suits, stood rigidly. He has no legal standing, no government oversight. He adheres to no protocols. His quirk, if we can even call it that, is unquantifiable. His psychological profile is a blank slate. He is, for all intents and purposes, a walking nuclear deterrent with a grocery list. One of the men, Director Tanabe, cleared his throat. "Ma'am, the Hero Association is hailing him as the definitive S-Class Rank 1. Public approval, while mixed, is leaning towards him being a necessary asset." "An asset is something you can control," Ayanami retorted, turning away from the screens to fix Tanabe with a gaze that felt like a physical weight. "A dog can be an asset. A guided missile can be an asset. A man who can change the weather with a punch and erase a conceptual being from reality is not an asset. He is a sovereignty crisis. Every nation on Earth is currently redrafting their entire defense doctrine because of him. He has rendered all other power obsolete." She paced before the vast window overlooking the city below. "And now he is entangled with the Esper sisters. Tatsumaki, a woman whose arrogance and destructive potential we have barely managed to keep in check for years. And Fubuki, who has been quietly building a private army under our very noses. The three of them together are not a hero team. THEY are an independent nation state with a single, apocalyptic weapon of mass destruction. We do not negotiate with such states. We contain them. Containment may not be possible," another aide whispered, as if saying it too loudly would make it true. Ayanami stopped and smiled, a chilling, razor-thin expression. "Everything can be contained. You simply need the right box." She turned back to her command console and pressed a button. A file appeared on the main screen, emblazoned with a crimson seal. "Project Purifier. Warden. The world fears him because it does not understand him," she declared. "We will give them a reason to fear us more. Issue the order. A special emergency containment warrant for the subject known as Izuku Midoriya. Charge: unregistered quirk usage, gross public endangerment, and sedition. The sisters are to be considered hostile combatants if they interfere. Send in Warden and his team. It's time we reminded the world that the only true power is order." The all apartment the trio shared had become the quiet eye of a global hurricane. It was a simple place, chosen for its anonymity and its proximity to a good supermarket. The television was on, but the volume was muted. A news anchor was gesturing frantically at a diagram attempting to explain the physics of Izuku's punch against the sludge villain, an endeavor as futile as trying to explain color to a rock. Fubuki sat coiled on the sofa, her phone a constant blur of activity in her hands. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, her dark hair falling across her face. She was coordinating the Blizzard group. who had transformed overnight from a B-class hero faction into a world-class intelligence and public relations agency. They were her eyes and ears, filtering the signal from the noise, tracking HPSC movements, and fighting a shadow war in the court of public opinion. "They're painting us as a cult," she murmured, scrolling through a dozen different intelligence feeds at once. They're leaking doctored psych evaluations of Tatsumaki to the press. They're trying to frame you, Izuku, as her brainwashed puppet. It's a coordinated smear campaign originating from the highest levels of the HPSC. Tatsumaki floated cross-legged in the air beside her, idly spinning a spoon with her telekinesis. Her expression was one of pure, distilled rage. "Let them try," she spat, her voice tight. "I'll rip their headquarters out of the ground and toss it into the sun. Let's see them run a smear campaign from inside a star. That would prove their point, sister," Fubuki shot back without looking up. "We have to be smarter than them. Brute force isn't the answer to everything. It is when you have enough of it," Tatsumaki grumbled, though her threat lacked its usual conviction. She glanced over at Izuku, and a fraction of her anger softened. Izuku, for his part, was completely unconcerned with the geopolitical firestorm he had ignited. He sat at the small kitchen table, meticulously. Why trying to reassemble a toaster he had accidentally crushed that morning when he'd tried to push the lever down with slightly too much force? He had the instruction manual laid out, and he was staring at a tiny screw with the same level of intense focus he might give a god-level threat. "I think this part is supposed to go here," he said, holding up the screw with 2 fingers. "But it doesn't fit. Maybe I squeezed it too hard." The sheer domesticity of the scene was an act of rebellion in itself. The world outside was debating his very existence, governments were panicking, and he was focused on fixing a $10 appliance. Tatsumaki floated over to him, her emerald aura pulsing gently. "Forget that piece of junk. I'll get you 1,000 toasters. But I want to fix this one," Izuku said simply, not looking up. "It's a good toaster. It makes the bread crispy but not burnt." This was the man they were fighting for. A man who held the power to unmake creation in his fists but found purpose in small, tangible acts of care. It was this quality that had pierced through Tatsumaki's pride and Fubuki's ambition. He didn't see them as the tornado of terror or hellish blizzard. He saw them as Tatsumaki, who liked her tea scorching hot, and Fubuki, who always stole the extra blanket at night. And in turn, they didn't just see him as a walking apocalypse. They saw him as Izuku, a kind, slightly dense man who needed to be reminded to wear a coat when it was cold. Fubuki's phone buzzed with a high-priority alert. Her face went pale. "They're here," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. Multiple encrypted HPSC channels just went active in a 2-block radius. Heavy armor is setting up a perimeter. They've deployed rooftop sniper teams. They're not here to talk. Tatsumaki was instantly on her feet, the spoon she was spinning clattering to the floor. The air in the room grew heavy, charged with psychic energy. The windows began to vibrate, and a low hum filled the apartment. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying, green light. "Finally," she hissed, "some action." Izuku finally looked up from the broken toaster, his calm expression unchanged. He looked out the window, not at the assembling forces, but at the sky. "Oh, it looks like it might rain. We should probably bring the laundry in." Fubuki put her head in her hands for a brief moment, a wave of exasperated affection washing over her. "Izuku," she said, her voice strained. "They've come to arrest you. To take you away." Izuku blinked, processing her words. He looked from Fubuki's worried face to Tatsumaki's furious one. A flicker of something crossed his features, not fear, but a profound weariness. "Oh," he said quietly. "That's annoying." The first official communication came not as a knock on the door, but as a broadcast that hijacked every screen and speaker in the vicinity. The muted television flared to life, showing the stony face of a man in tactical gear. He stood in the street below, flanked by a dozen similarly clad figures. To the occupants of apartment 4B, the man's voice boomed, amplified and devoid of emotion. "By the authority of the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Special Emergency Measures Act, you were ordered to surrender the unregistered entity known as Izuku Midoriya. He is to be remanded into protective custody. Resistance will be met with maximum force." You have 2 minutes to comply. Tatsumaki laughed, a sharp, dangerous sound. Protective custody. Is that what they call a cage now? She floated towards the window, her small frame radiating an aura of absolute power that dwarfed the army gathering below. They want a show. I'll give them a show. Wait, Tatsumaki, Fubuki commanded, standing up. She was no longer just the anxious strategist. She was the leader of the Blizzard group, and her voice held an authority that even her sister had come to respect. Let me handle the first move. She strode to her laptop and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Eyelashes. Mountain ape. Lily. She barked into a small headset. It's go time. Release everything. The unredacted files on the HPSC's illegal quirk experimentation, the accident. Civilian casualty reports from their Black Ops teams, the financial records showing the president's kickbacks from support gear manufacturers. Burn them to the ground. Let's see how their author it. Why holds up when the public sees who they really are. On the screens of the soldiers below, on the phones of the news reporters held back behind the barricades, on the jumbotrons in the city square miles away. The official HPSC warning was suddenly replaced by a deluge of incriminating documents. A torrent of secrets, each one a crack in the foundation of the Commission's authority. The public narrative Fubuki had been fighting to control now had a nuclear payload. Outside, the commander, Warden, watched the chaos erupt amongst his troops as their own devices betrayed them. His face, a mask of rigid discipline, tightened. Cut all external network connections. Maintain focus, he roared. But Fubuki wasn't done. She looked at Tatsumaki. Now for the second move. Tatsumaki grinned, a predatory, feral expression. She raised a hand, and the entire city block, the apartment building, the street, the surrounding shops, was enveloped in a shimmering, emerald dome of psychic energy. It was a perfect sphere, semi-transparent, swirling with cosmic power. From the outside, the world seemed to warp and distort as if seen through flawed glass. The sounds of the city were snuffed out, replaced by the same low hum that had filled their apartment. Armored vehicles that were halfway across the barrier's edge were neatly sheared in two, the metal cauterized by pure force. The HPSC's army was trapped outside, looking in at a self-contained world they could no longer touch. Inside, the three of them stood in absolute, defiant silence. 2 minutes are up, Tatsumaki said sweetly into the sudden quiet. What's your next move, heroes? Kenji Tanaka, hero name. Warden, stood before the shimmering green wall and felt a cold knot of professional fury tighten in his gut. His quirk, Null Field, was the HPSC's ultimate trump card. It projected an area of effect field that suppressed all quirk factors within it. He was the man they sent when raw power needed to be brought to heel. He had faced down rampaging S-class villains, brought entire rogue hero agencies to their knees. He was a true believer, a man who saw order as the highest virtue and the HPSC as its righteous instrument. She's mocking us, his second in command, a woman named Kasai with thermal energy powers, snarled. That barrier is holding back everything we throw at it. Ballistics, energy weapons, they just dissipate. It's Tatsumaki. We expected this, Warden said, his voice a low growl. She is arrogant. She believes her power is absolute. That is her weakness. The drain on her must be immense. She is a battery, and we will run her dry. He turned to his elite team, the 5 individuals chosen specifically for this mission, known as the Purifiers. But first, we address the primary target. Intel says he is not the source of the barrier. Find a way through. If you cannot go through, go under. One of his team, a grizzled man with a quirk that allowed him to phase through solid matter, nodded and sank into the pavement. A moment later, he resurfaced, shaking his head, his face pale. No good, sir. The barrier extends at least 100 meters into the earth. It's a perfect sphere. Warden's jaw clenched. The media was having a field day. News helicopters circled uselessly outside the dome, their cameras broadcasting the image of the HPSC's might being stonewalled by a single psychic's tantrum. Fubuki's data dump was already causing political earthquakes. He had to end this, and fast. There is only one option, Warden declared. We breach it with my power. The null field should disrupt the psychic energy maintaining the barrier. Everyone, prepare to engage the moment we are through. Priority is the man. Subdue, do not kill. The sisters are secondary but are cleared for neutralization. He stepped forward, his hands glowing with a faint, gray light. He placed his palms against the shimmering green wall, activating null field. A wave of energy, visible as a ripple of distorted air, expanded from him. It was the antithesis of a quirk, a zone of absolute normalcy. When it touched the barrier, the effect was dramatic. The emerald energy hissed and recoiled like water on a hot skillet. The green light flickered and dimmed. With a sound like tearing fabric, a hole large enough for a man to walk through opened in the psychic wall. Go, Warden yelled. The purifiers, a blur of motion and specialized abilities, surged through the opening. Inside, Tatsumaki grunted, a trickle of blood dripping from her nose. He's forcing his way in. The annoying pest. Let them come, Izuku said. He had finally put the toaster down. He walked past them and opened the apartment door, stepping out into the hallway. He then walked down the stairs and out the front entrance of the building. Stopping on the front steps to face the intruders, he stood there, hands in the pockets of his tracksuit, with the placid expression of a man waiting for a bus. The purifiers fanned out, surrounding him. There was Ryoto, the speedster, whose body was a blur of afterimages. There was Kato, the colossus, whose skin could turn into a diamond-hard substance. There was Hane, the energy blaster, whose hands crackled with condensed solar plasma. And there was the phase shifter, Jiro. Leading them was Warden, stepping through the portal he had created, his null field expanding around him. Izuku Midoriya, Warden announced, his voice echoing in the strange silence of the dome. You are a clear and present danger to national security. Surrender now, and you will be treated humanely. Izuku just looked at him. I was just trying to fix my toaster, he said, his voice calm and utterly devoid of fear. You're all making a lot of noise. Warden's patience snapped. Ryoto, subdue him. Ryoto grinned. To him, the world moved in slow motion. He saw the target, bald and unassuming. An easy takedown. He vanished from sight, reappearing as a dozen afterimages circling Izuku. He threw 1,000 punches in the space of a second, each one aimed at a nerve cluster, designed to incapacitate without leaving a mark. His fists, moving faster than sound, connected with Izuku's body. It was like punching a mountain. Not a rock, but the entire, conceptual weight of a mountain range. The feedback that shot up Ryoto's arms was catastrophic. He heard every bone in his hands, wrists, and forearms shatter simultaneously. The kinetic energy of his own attack, with nowhere to go, rebounded back into him. He was thrown backwards, a limp projectile, his body a broken mess before he even hit the ground, unconscious. The other purifiers stared in stunned silence. Kato, now, Warden roared, trying to regain the initiative. The giant of a man, Kato, let out a bellow and charged. His skin shimmered, transforming into a crystalline substance harder than any known alloy. He was a living battering ram, a man who had once stopped a runaway freight train with his forehead. He threw a haymaker aimed at Izuku's head, a punch that could level a building. Izuku didn't move, he didn't even brace himself. The diamond-hard fist connected with his cheek with a sickening crack. The crack wasn't Izuku, it was Kato's arm. From his knuckles to his shoulder, his crystalline form spider-webbed with fractures before exploding into a cloud of glittering dust. He screamed, clutching the bloody stump of his limb, and collapsed. Writhing in agony, Hane, fire, Warden commanded, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. The woman with the solar plasma hesitated for a fraction of a second. Her training battling against the primal fear that was now screaming in her mind. She overcame it, thrusting her hands forward and unleashing a blindingly bright beam of concentrated heat, miniature sun that could melt through a battleship's hull. The beam engulfed Izuku. The pavement around him was instantly vaporized, turning into molten slag. The heat was so intense that the air itself seemed to catch fire. The beam sustained for a full 10 seconds, a continuous torrent of stellar energy. When it finally dissipated, Izuku was still standing in the exact same spot. His cheap tracksuit was slightly singed at the edges. He blinked, a bit of smoke curling off his bald head. He raised a hand and wiped a smudge of soot from his cheek. That was kind of warm, he said. From the doorway of the apartment building, Fubuki and Tatsumaki watched. Fubuki's hand was over her mouth, a mixture of awe and horror in her eyes. Even though she knew his power, seeing it in action like this, so passively, so utterly, was breathtaking. Tatsumaki was just grinning. "Show them, Izuku," she whispered, her voice filled with a fierce, possessive pride. "Show these insects what real power looks like." Jiro, the phase shifter, decided on a different tactic. He became intangible and sank into the ground, planning to re-materialize inside Izuku, a gruesome but effective technique. He solidified his arm inside Izuku's chest cavity, aiming to rupture his heart. His arm rematerialized, but not inside Izuku. It was as if Izuku's body was a zone of absolute reality that refused to be violated. Jiro's arm was violently shunted out, the physics of his quirk breaking down against the sheer fact of Izuku's existence. The backlash sent him flying out of the pavement, his arm twisted at an impossible angle. His quirk shorting out with a shower of purple sparks. 4 of the 5 elite purifiers were down in less than a minute, defeated not by an attack, but by their own futility. Only Warden was left. He stood there, his face ashen. He was a man whose entire worldview had been built on a single, undeniable principle: every power had a limit, a weakness, a counter. And his power was the ultimate counter. He advanced on Izuku, his null field expanding to its maximum radius, a 30-meter sphere of quirk suppression. The air grew thick and heavy. This was his ace. Nothing could withstand it. No quirk could function within its domain. He saw Izuku standing in the center of his field, completely unaffected. "Your quirk," Warden stammered, his voice cracking. "Why isn't it gone? My null field erases all quirk factors. It returns the body to its baseline state. Why are you still standing?" Izuku looked at him with an expression that was almost pitiful. It was the look one might give a child who couldn't solve a simple math problem. "Quirk?" Izuku asked, a genuine note of confusion in his voice. "I don't have one of those." And with that simple statement, Kenji Tanaka's world crumbled. His faith, his purpose, his very understanding of reality, it all shattered. This man wasn't a quirk user. He was something else, something new. The rules didn't apply to him. The box Kana Ayanami had sent him to use was useless because the target didn't fit inside any box ever conceived. "I did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run, every single day," Izuku said, his voice flat and honest. "And then my hair fell out, and I got really strong." Warden stared at him, his mouth agape. He saw no deception in Izuku's eyes. Only a simple, terrifying truth. He had brought the ultimate weapon to bear against a man who had become a god through calisthenics. The absurdity, the sheer, cosmic joke of it all, broke him. He fell to his knees, his null field collapsing around him. The fight was over. Izuku looked down at the defeated man. He didn't gloat. He didn't issue a threat. He just sighed. "Look," he said, his voice carrying in the silent dome. "I'm not a weapon. I'm not a threat to anyone. I just want to live my life, go to the supermarket when there's a sale, and make sure my friends are safe. That's all. I won't be a weapon for you, but I won't be your prisoner, either. Can you please just go away now? You're ruining the pavement." His words, simple and direct, were the final blow. It wasn't a punch. It was a plea for normalcy from the most abnormal being on the planet. And it was more devastating than any display of force. From outside the barrier, President Ayanami watched on a drone feed, her face an unreadable mask of cold fury. She had sent her best. She had used her ultimate countermeasure. And she had failed in the most humiliating way imaginable. She had lost. She watched as Izuku turned his back on the broken purifiers and walked back towards his apartment. His shoulders slumped as if the whole affair had been a tiresome chore. Tatsumaki let the barrier fall. It dissolved not with a crash, but with a gentle sigh, emerald light fading back into nothingness. The sounds of the city rushed back in, sirens, shouting, the frantic whirring of 100 news drones. The HPSC forces didn't advance. They stood frozen, staring at their defeated elite and the one man responsible. Then, Warden, a broken man, gave the order. "Fall back. All units, fall back." The HPSC retreated. They packed up their broken soldiers and their shattered pride and they left, the entire operation a catastrophic failure broadcast on a global stage. Izuku, Tatsumaki, and Fubuki stood in the doorway of their building, watching them go. The world now knew the truth. They were untouchable. Fubuki finally let out the breath she'd been holding. "We did it," she whispered, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "We actually did it. The HPSC is ruined. Their stock is plummeting, and there are calls for the president's immediate resignation. We won." Tatsumaki floated over to Izuku and, in a rare display of public affection, rested her head against his shoulder. "We were always going to win," she said, her voice soft but fierce. "No one takes what's mine." Izuku just nodded, looking at the setting sun. He had never asked for this power. He had never asked for this fight. But he had them, and as long as he had them, he knew why he was strong. "So," he said, turning back to them, "does this mean we're officially an independent force for good now?" Fubuki's smile widened. "I suppose it does. We'll need a name. How about Team Awesome?" Izuku suggested. Tatsumaki groaned. "Absolutely not. Team Justice. Too generic." "Team Midoriya." The sisters exchanged a look. "We'll workshop it," Fubuki said, taking his hand. They were a trio against the world. They had severed their ties, burned their bridges, and defied the most powerful organization in their country. They were outlaws and heroes, pariahs and saviors. And as they walked back into their small, quiet apartment, the scent of ozone and battle fading behind them, they knew they were more than enough. The world could rage, but in here, they were home. And they would protect it, and each other, no matter what came next. Chapter 7. The Witness's Invitation. The apartment was an island of defiant normalcy in a world still trying to piece itself back together. It wasn't large, nor was it luxurious, but it was theirs. It was a space carved out by 3 individuals who had, against all odds and the judgment of the entire world, chosen each other. The scent of ginger and soy sauce hung faintly in the air from the takeout they'd shared, a small, mundane victory in their new life. On the worn but comfortable sofa, a complex tableau of domesticity was underway. Fubuki was meticulously cataloging news reports on a tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration. The media's portrayal of their rogue unit was a chaotic mix of fear-mongering from HPSC remnants and burgeoning folk hero worship from a public weary of bureaucratic heroes. She was managing their public image with the same strategic precision she once used to manage the Blizzard Group, only now her goal wasn't climbing a ladder, but protecting a home. Across from her, floating a few inches off the floor with her legs crossed, Tatsumaki was flipping through a trashy gossip magazine with a look of utter disdain. "Can you believe this garbage?" she scoffed, holding it up. The headline blared, "Terror Triad. Tornado and Blizzard in love cult with Mystery Baldy. They didn't even use a good picture of me. I look pleasant." She said the word like it was a terminal illness. Izuku, sitting on the floor between them, was attempting the Herculean task of folding laundry. His movements were slow, deliberate, each fold of a t-shirt performed with the same focus he might give to defusing a bomb. It was a necessary precaution. The last time he'd tried to do it quickly, a gust of displaced air from his moving hands had cracked a window. Now, chores were an exercise in supreme self-control. He picked up one of Fubuki's blouses, a simple, elegant silk thing, and folded it with the gentleness of a man handling a butterfly's wing. "I think it's a nice picture, Tatsumaki," he said, his voice a calm, even rumble that had become the baseline of their shared existence. "You look happy." Tatsumaki's cheeks flushed a faint pink. "I am not happy. I am judging the photographer's incompetence. There's a difference." She tossed the magazine aside, the pages fluttering in the psychic field that constantly surrounded her. She watched Izuku for a moment, his bald head gleaming under the soft light of the lamp. He looked so ordinary, so completely unassuming. If you ignored the fact that he was folding a shirt so carefully it wouldn't wrinkle even if a building fell on it, he could be any other man. "You're too slow," she grumbled, though there was no real heat in it. "Just let me do it." A green aura flared around the laundry basket, and all the clothes instantly folded themselves into perfect, crisp squares and levitated into a neat stack. Izuku blinked at the empty basket, then at the perfect stack. "Oh, okay, thanks." Fubuki looked up from her tablet, a small, genuine smile gracing her lips. This was their life now. A strange, beautiful, and utterly bizarre domesticity. The world outside could rage and debate, the HPSC could plot and scheme, but in here, they were just them. Izuku, the quiet anchor of their world. Tatsumaki, the stormy protector who secretly craved this peace, and herself, the strategist trying to build a future for them all. She felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling of safety that had been alien to her for most of her life. Living in her sister's shadow had been a cold, lonely existence. Living in Izuku's light, alongside her sister, was something else entirely. It was home. All right, I think that's enough PR management for one night, Fubuki declared, setting her tablet aside. Movie time, only if it's not one of those sappy romance flicks you like, Tatsumaki shot back, floating down to land softly on the sofa cushion. How about that old All Might movie? Izuku suggested. The one from his Silver Age. All Might Rises. A comfortable silence settled as they agreed. Fubuki leaned her head against Izuku's sturdy shoulder, while Tatsumaki, in a rare display of unforced affection, settled on his other side. Her small frame radiating a surprising amount of warmth. The movie started, a nostalgic piece of hero propaganda from a simpler time. Izuku watched, but his mind wasn't entirely on the screen. He was cataloging the feeling of this moment. The weight of Fubuki's head on his shoulder, the faint scent of Tatsumaki's perfume, the mindless drone of the movie, the feeling of being utterly, completely content. For a man who had spent his entire life feeling useless and the last few months feeling dangerously overwhelmed by his own power, this quiet peace was the greatest treasure he had ever known. He was a part of something. He was loved. He was safe. And as he drifted off to sleep, leaning against the two most powerful women he had ever known, he had no idea that his deepest peak was about to be used as the ultimate weapon against him. The dream began, as they often did, in a place of comfort and familiarity. He was in their apartment, the morning sun streaming through the window. Dust motes dancing in the golden light. The smell of coffee was in the air. Fubuki was at the table, a cup cradled in her hands, smiling at him. Tatsumaki was floating by the window, grumbling about the morning being too bright, but her eyes held a soft, sleepy affection. It was perfect. It was everything he fought for. "I'm going to go pick up some groceries for tonight," he heard himself say. "Katsuden, you know the way to my heart," Fubuki replied with a laugh. He stepped out the door and into the bustling streets of Z City. People milled about, shopping, chatting, living their lives. A child dropped their ice cream cone and started to cry. Izuku instinctively bent down, a gentle smile on his face, and offered to buy them a new one. The mother thanked him profusely. It was a small act, a simple, heroic moment that filled him with a quiet joy. This was what being a hero meant. Not the earth-shattering punches, but the small kindnesses. He was walking past a construction site when the ground began to tremble. A roar, deep and guttural, echoed through the concrete canyons. A monster, a colossal beast of rock and rage, erupted from the earth, its craggy fists swatting buildings aside like toys. It was a classic dragon-level threat. Panic erupted. People screamed and fled. Izuku felt no fear. This was his purpose. He handed his grocery bag to a stunned bystander. "Hold this for me, please." He walked calmly towards the beast. It roared, a wave of concussive force washing over him, and swung a fist the size of a bus. He met it with his own. The punch connected. But something was wrong. There was no satisfying explosion of rock and monster guts. There was only a sound, a deep, resonant crack that seemed to come from the world itself. The monster's arm shattered, not into rubble, but into fine dust. The crack, however, didn't stop. It raced up the monster's body, through its torso, and into the ground beneath it. The asphalt split open. The fissure widened, swallowing cars. Then lampposts, then the edges of buildings. It raced through the city, a jagged, growing wound in the flesh of the earth. Izuku stood frozen in horror. The fissure became a canyon. The canyon became a chasm. He could feel the tectonic plates groaning, shifting under his feet. The city, Z City, the place he called home, was tilting, sliding into the abyss he had just created. The screams of the people were no longer sounds of panic from a monster attack. They were shrieks of pure, unadulterated terror, directed at him. He looked down at his fist, the source of the devastation. He hadn't meant to. He'd used a normal punch. A regular, everyday, monster-stopping punch. But it was too much. It was always too much. The dreamscape shifted. He was now standing on the edge of the chasm, looking down into the darkness where a city once stood. The sky above was a bruised purple. And he was not alone. The faces of everyone he had ever known were there, hovering in the twilight. His mother, All Might, Aizawa, Fubuki, Tatsumaki. Their expressions were not angry. They were worse. They were filled with a profound, soul-crushing disappointment and fear. You see, a voice whispered, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a calm, dispassionate voice, like a scientist observing an experiment. Your strength is not a tool. It is a calamity, a hammer that sees every problem. And the world itself, as a nail. He wanted to scream, to protest, to explain that he never meant for this to happen. But no sound came out. He could only watch as the chasm widened, splitting the continent. The oceans boiling away into the newly formed abyss. The planet itself was dying, and it was his fault. His strength, the thing he had desperately craved his entire life, was the instrument of Armageddon. He woke with a silent gasp, his body rigid, drenched in a cold sweat. The apartment was dark and quiet, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the blinds. He was on the sofa, a blanket draped over him. Fubuki and Tatsumaki were asleep in their shared bedroom. He could hear their soft, even breathing. They were safe. The world was safe. It was just a dream. But the feeling, the visceral horror of it, clung to him like a shroud. He untangled himself from the blanket and walked on shaky legs to the window, looking out at the sleeping city. It was whole. It was peaceful. But in his mind's eye, he could still see the crack, the chasm, the accusatory stare in Fubuki's eyes. He clenched his fist, the knuckles white. The dream had felt so real because it preyed on the deepest, most terrifying fear he possessed. That one day, he would lose control. That one day, a punch meant to save would be the punch that damned them all. Nightmares came every night for a week. Each one was a different, exquisitely tailored torture. The second night, he dreamed he was sparring with Tatsumaki. It was a friendly bout, something she had insisted on to test his limits. Though they both knew it was just an excuse for her to unleash her power in a way she rarely could. In the dream, she was laughing, hurling psychically levitated skyscrapers at him, which he would casually bat aside. Is that all you've got, Baldy? She taunted, a brilliant green aura flaring around her. He threw a playful punch in her direction, intentionally pulling it, aiming for the air 5 feet to her left. But in the dream, his control slipped. The air itself compressed, solidified, and shot forward like an invisible cannonball. It struck her. He saw the moment of impact in horrifying slow motion. The surprise on her face, the flicker of confusion, then the sudden, stark terror as her psychic barrier, a shield that could repel meteors, shattered like glass. He heard the sickening crunch of bone. He watched as her small body was thrown backwards, a broken doll tumbling through the sky. He screamed her name, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of the shockwave he had created. He woke up with a choked sob, his heart hammering against his ribs. He didn't dare go back to sleep. He spent the rest of the night sitting in the kitchen, staring at his own hands as if they were venomous snakes. The third night, it was Fubuki. They were caught in an ambush by a new villain, one whose quirk allowed them to move through shadows. The villain was fast, clever, and targeted Fubuki. Seeing her as the weakest of the three, Izuku moved to intercept, to protect her. He threw a punch at the blur of shadow behind her. But the villain sidestepped at the last possible second. His fist, carrying the force of a supernova, continued on its path. The dream didn't show him the impact. It just showed him Fubuki's face as she turned towards him, her eyes wide with love and trust. Completely oblivious to the doom that was his own hand, just inches from her. The dream ended a microsecond before the punch would have landed, freezing that trusting expression in his mind for eternity. His waking life began to fray at the edges. The changes were subtle at first. He became quieter, more withdrawn. When Fubuki would take his hand during a walk, he would flinch almost imperceptibly, his own touch feeling like a loaded gun. When Tatsumaki would playfully punch his arm in frustration, he would go rigid, the memory of her dream self breaking against his power flashing behind his eyes. He stopped doing the laundry. He avoided cooking. He found excuses not to train. He was trying to make himself smaller, less present, less of a physical threat to T. He two people he loved more than life itself. And they noticed. Of course, they noticed. Izuku, Fubuki said one evening, cornering him in the living room. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were sharp with concern. You haven't been yourself lately. You're distant. Are you okay? Did we do something? He couldn't meet her eyes. No, of course not. You're both perfect. I'm just tired. It was a weak lie, and they all knew it. Tatsumaki floated down from the ceiling, her arms crossed, her expression a mixture of irritation and deep-seated worry. Don't give us that tired crap, she snapped. I've seen tired. This is something else. You look like you've seen a ghost. Spit it out. Is it the HPSC? Are they planning something? I'll tear their headquarters out of the ground if they are. He wanted to tell them. He desperately wanted to unload the burden of these horrifying visions, to have them reassure him, to tell him it was all nonsense. But how could he? How could he describe the images of him killing them? Of him destroying the world, without planting that same seed of fear in their minds? How could they ever look at him the same way again? How could they feel safe sleeping next to a living nuclear bomb that was having nightmares about detonation? So he shook his head, forcing a smile that felt like cracking plaster. It's nothing, I promise. Just thinking too much. He walked away, leaving them standing there, a chasm of unspoken fear opening between them. The isolation was agonizing. He had never felt more alone, not even when he was a quirkless, useless Deku. At least then, the only person he could hurt was himself. Now, he was a god pretending to be a man, and the pretense was becoming impossible to maintain. His power had isolated him from the world, and now his fear of it was isolating him from his own heart. That night, he didn't even try to sleep. He waited until he was sure they were asleep, then quietly slipped out of the apartment. The city air was cool and crisp. He needed to walk. He needed to feel the solid ground beneath his feet and remind himself it wasn't cracking apart. He walked for miles, his mind a maelstrom of fear and doubt. Until he found himself in a deserted park. He sat down on a cold metal bench, staring up at the impassive moon. What am I supposed to do? He whispered to the empty night. And the night answered. The world around him dissolved. Not in a flash of light or a roar of sound, but in a quiet, seamless bleed. The park bench, the trees, the distant city lights, the very moon in the sky, they all faded away like watercolor in the rain. He wasn't falling or flying. He simply was, in a new place. He was floating in a vast, empty cosmos. It was not the vibrant, star-dusted expanse of photographs. This was a void. The silence was absolute, a pressure against his eardrums. Distant galaxies were cold, clinical smudges of light, devoid of warmth or wonder. There was no up, no down, no time. There was only an infinite, crushing emptiness. It was a place designed to communicate one single, overwhelming truth: you are infinitesimally small. Then, the voice from his first nightmare returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, resonant thought that bloomed directly in his consciousness. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. He turned, trying to find the source. The void coalesced before him. It wasn't a creature or a person. It was a distortion in reality, a being of pure geometry and impossible angles that hurt the mind to look at. It shifted, sometimes appearing as a sphere of perfect darkness, sometimes a lattice of blindingly white light. Sometimes a humanoid silhouette made of captured stars. This was the witness. You seem troubled, the entity communicated. I can understand why. The burden I have observed you carry is significant. You, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the unreality of it all. You're the one who sent that apostle. You're the one who's been in my head. Sent a limited perspective. I offered a gift. He accepted. Just as I observed the universe gifting you with your unique condition, the witness replied, its tone utterly devoid of malice. It was the calm, patient voice of a researcher. I have been watching your planet for some time. The emergence of quirks, the concept of heroes and villains. It is a fascinating, if primitive, societal experiment. A child's morality play writ large across a species. But you are different. You are not part of the experiment. You are a breach of protocol. An anomaly of magnificent proportions. Izuku remained silent, watching the impossible being before him. He wasn't afraid. His power had burned away most of his capacity for conventional fear. But he was wary. This was the entity that had created a being capable of erasing existence. This was a power on a scale he couldn't just punch. I have been invading your dreams, yes, the witness continued, preempting his next question. Not out of cruelty, but out of curiosity. I needed to understand your core anxieties. And they are all so predictable. You fear your own strength. You fear hurting the ones you profess to love. You fear the responsibility that has been thrust upon you. These are the fears of a mortal trying to wield the power of a god. It is a mismatched pairing, like asking an ant to carry a mountain. The starry silhouette of the witness gestured, and the void around them lit up with images. He saw his nightmares play out again, not as dreams, but as clear, plausible scenarios. He saw himself punching through the Earth's core by accident. He saw a solar flare-level energy release from a sneeze. He saw Fubuki and Tatsumaki aging, growing old and frail while he remained unchanged, an eternal, lonely monument of power. This is your inevitable future. Should you remain on this path, the witness stated, the images fading. You will outlast them. You will outgrow them. Your every action will be a risk of planetary extinction. Heroism is a pointless game on an insignificant speck of dust. You save a life, and that being dies of disease a decade later. You stop a villain, and their ideology infects a dozen more. You prevent a war, and the survivors start another over the remaining scraps. It is an endless, meaningless cycle of whack-a-mole, and you are the comically oversized mallet. The logic was cold, cutting, and terrifyingly sound. From this cosmic perspective, everything he did seemed so small, so futile. The existential weight of it pressed down on him, heavier than anything Tatsumaki could ever lift. Why are you showing me this? Izuku asked, his voice tight. What do you want? The form of the witness solidified slightly, becoming a more stable humanoid shape of pure, white light. It extended a hand. I am bored, the entity confessed. And for the first time, a hint of something resembling an emotion entered its voice. A cosmic, eons deep ennui. I have seen galaxies born and stars die. I have watched civilizations rise from the mud and crumble into cosmic dust. It is all terribly repetitive. But you, an existence that broke its own laws to achieve the absolute, you are interesting. Your struggle is novel. I am offering you an escape, it said, its voice turning seductive. An invitation. Leave this fragile little world behind. Its inhabitants are doomed by their own nature, with or without you. Their dramas are trivial. Come with me. I can show you wonders beyond your comprehension. The birth of a universe. The thoughts of a dying star. Realities where the very laws of physics are suggestions. You would not be my servant. You would be my equal. A fellow observer, a companion in this vast, tedious existence. You would never have to worry about holding back again. You would never have to fear breaking anything. Because on the scale we would travel, nothing is truly breakable. All you have to do is let go. The offer hung in the silent void between them. Godhood. An escape from all his fears. A purpose beyond the petty squabbles of earth. A world of infinite wonder, where his strength would no longer be a curse. And Izuku wavered. He thought of the constant, crushing weight of his self-control. The terror of a misplaced step or an over-enthusiastic gesture. The loneliness of being so strong that no one could ever truly understand. The witness was right. It was a burden, and it was offering to lift it. He could see it. A life without fear. A life of pure experience. It was tempting. It was so tempting. His resolve, for the first time since he'd lost his hair, began to crack. In the world of the real, Fubuki was frantic. She had woken up with a start, a cold emptiness in the apartment that had nothing to do with the temperature. A quick check confirmed her fear. Izuku was gone. She woke Tatsumaki, her voice laced with a panic that was rare for her. He's gone, Tatsu. Izuku's gone. Tatsumaki was awake instantly, her green eyes sharp and alert. What do you mean, gone? Don't be an idiot, he probably just went for a walk. But even as she said it, she could feel it too. A subtle wrongness in the air. A psychic void where Izuku's reassuring, solid presence should be. They found him 20 minutes later, using Tatsumaki's powers to scan the city block by block. He was sitting on a park bench, exactly as he was in the mental landscape. But he wasn't there. His body was a hollow shell. His eyes were open, staring blankly at nothing, wide and unseeing. A thin trail of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was completely catatonic. "Izuku!" Fubuki cried, rushing to his side. She grabbed his shoulders, but he didn't respond. He was cold to the touch. "Izuku, can you hear me? What's wrong? Say something." Tatsumaki floated closer, her face pale. She reached out, not with her hands, but with her mind, carefully probing his consciousness. What she found made her recoil. His mind, usually a placid lake of calm, was empty. A vacuum. But she could feel something else, on the very edge of his consciousness. A presence. An alien, ancient, and unbelievably powerful thought form that was wrapped around Izuku's spirit like a python. "Something has him," she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. "Something is in his head." Fubuki's blood ran cold. This wasn't a physical attack. This was something far more insidious. She looked at Izuku's vacant face, the face of the man she loved, and her strategic mind went into overdrive, discarding and formulating plans at lightning speed. How do you fight something you can't see? How do you attack an enemy inside someone's mind without hurting them? Then, her gaze softened. The strategist receded, and the woman who loved him took over. She knelt in front of him, taking his cold, unresponsive hands in hers. She couldn't fight this thing with power. But maybe she could fight it with memory. With love. She was his anchor to this world. She had to remind him why it was worth holding onto. She squeezed his hands and began to talk, her voice soft but steady, a lifeline cast into the void. "Izuku, listen to me. It's Fubuki. I'm right here. Remember the first day we really spent together. At the arcade, you broke every single machine you touched, and you looked so horrified, so genuinely sorry. You tried to pay for the damages with a handful of coupons for cabbage. I'd never seen anyone with so much power be so gentle. I think I started falling for you right then." Her voice was the only sound in the quiet park, a warm, human sue. Point to the cosmic silence Izuku was experiencing. "Remember the first time you tried to cook for us? You wanted to make katsudon. You were so focused. You read the recipe a dozen times. And you somehow, I still don't know how, you managed to set a pot of water on fire." Tatsumaki laughed so hard she floated into the ceiling, and you just stood there, covered in soot, looking so defeated. "We ordered pizza, and it was the best meal I've ever had." She paused, tears welling in her eyes, but she didn't let her voice break. She had to be strong. For him. "Remember that stupid monster movie we watched last week? The one with the terrible acting? You were the only one who didn't realize it was a comedy. You kept pointing out tactical flaws in the hero's plan. And when Tatsumaki and I were arguing about which brand of tea to buy, that stupid, pointless argument, you just listened, and then went out and bought both kinds. Because you just wanted us to be happy. That's who you are, Izuku. You're the man who worries about tea, and burns water, and gets excited about sales at the supermarket. You're not a calamity. You're our home." While Fubuki wove her tapestry of memories, Tatsumaki made a decision. She wasn't one for gentle words or soft appeals. Her love was a fierce, possessive, burning thing. If something had a hold of Izuku, she would rip it out with her bare hands, psychically speaking. "Keep talking to him," she ordered Fubuki, her voice deadly serious. "Don't stop." Tatsumaki closed her eyes, and her power exploded around her. Not in a destructive wave, but in a focused, pinpoint beam of pure psychic energy. A shimmering, incandescent green enveloped her. She wasn't trying to lift a building or stop a meteor. She was attempting something infinitely more difficult. Performing invasive brain surgery on a cosmic scale. She focused on the alien presence in Izuku's mind and pushed. The resistance was like hitting a wall made of space-time. It was an absolute, unyielding barrier. The witness was an entity of pure consciousness. This was its domain. Trying to force her way in was like a single drop of rain trying to punch a hole in the ocean. But she was the tornado of terror. She didn't do Can't. Gritting her teeth, she poured more and more of herself into the assault. The air around her began to crackle. The ground beneath her feet vibrated. Blood trickled from her nose. A testament to the unimaginable strain she was putting on her own mind and body. She screamed, a raw, frustrated sound of pure willpower, and pushed one last time, channeling every ounce of her power. Every bit of her terrified, desperate love for the idiot Baldy who was the only person who had ever made her feel safe. And the barrier cracked, in the void, as Izuku stared at the hand of the witness. A new sound pierced the absolute silence. It was a voice, Fubuki's voice, a warm, familiar murmur, telling stories he knew, painting pictures of a life he loved. And you looked so defeated. We ordered pizza, and it was the best meal I've ever had. The witness tilted its head, a gesture of confusion. What is this noise? An echo of a fading emotional attachment. Irrelevant. But it wasn't irrelevant. Each word, each memory, was a thread of light in the oppressive darkness. The taste of that pizza. The warmth of Fubuki's hand. The sound of her laughter. They were small things, trivial things from the cosmic perspective the witness had shown him. But they felt more real and more important than all the dying stars in the universe. Then, the void itself tore open. A screaming, furious vortex of brilliant green energy ripped a hole in the fabric of the mindscape. From it emerged Tatsumaki, looking ragged and furious, her green aura burning like a miniature sun. Get your filthy, extra-dimensional tentacles off my man, you overgrown nebula. She shrieked, her voice echoing impossibly in the non-space. The witness recoiled, its form flickering violently. Impossible. A mortal consciousness cannot exist here. I go where I want. She snarled, floating directly between Izuku and the witness. She couldn't actually harm the entity here. Her power was like throwing pebbles at a god. But her presence, her sheer, indomitable will, was a defiant roar in the face of its cosmic apathy. She turned her furious gaze on Izuku. And you, she jabbed a finger at his chest. Are you an idiot? Are you seriously listening to this sentient space dust? It's offering you a life of, what? Floating around looking at things. How boring is that? Who would you share it with? Who would argue with you about movies? Who would you protect? You'd be alone, you moron. Just like you were before. Her words, raw and insulting as they were, hit him harder than any physical blow ever could. She was right. The godhood the witness offered was just another form of isolation. A bigger, emptier cage. Fubuki's voice whispered from the portal Tatsumaki had torn open, a gentle but insistent anchor. You're our home, Izuku. Please, come home. He looked at Tatsumaki, burning with righteous fury for his sake. He heard Fubuki's voice, pleading with a love so profound it could cross dimensions. He saw their faces in his mind, one fierce and proud, the other gentle and wise. They were his anchors. They were his humanity. They were the reason his strength had any meaning at all. The witness's logic was flawless. But it had one fatal blind spot. It couldn't comprehend love. It saw connection as a weakness, a fading emotional attachment. It didn't understand that for humans, it was the only thing that was real. The small, pointless, beautiful moments were the entire point. Izuku looked at the witness, his eyes clear and resolute for the first time in weeks. The wavering was gone. The existential dread had vanished, replaced by a simple, unshakable certainty. He lowered his gaze to the entity's offered hand, then met its non-eyes. You say my life is a pointless game, Izuku said, his voice resonating with a newfound power that had nothing to do with his fists. But I get to share it with them. You say heroism is a cycle, but I get to see the smile on the face of the person I just saved. You offer me everything, a universe full of wonders. But it's an empty universe. Because they're not in it. He took a step back from the offered hand. You fight, you offer, you exist. Because you're bored, he said, the finality in his tone like a judge's gavel. That's the most pathetic reason I've ever heard. My choice is easy. I choose burned water, and arguments about tea, and holding their hands. I choose my home. He looked past the witness, at Tatsumaki, and through the portal to the world where Fubuki waited. I choose them. For the first time in its multimillennial existence. The witness felt an emotion. It was a hot, sharp, unpleasant thing. A feeling of being rejected. A feeling of being scorned. The mortal ant had not just refused to carry the mountain. It had called the mountain dull and chosen its anthill instead. The calm, dispassionate voice became a shriek of pure, cosmic rage that shook the very foundations of the mindscape. Insolent speck, you choose obsolescence. You choose decay. Fine. Then witness the oblivion you have embraced. The void around them convulsed. The stars began to burn out. The fabric of the mental reality began to shred. With a final, violent psychic shove, the entity expelled them from its presence. Izuku gasped, his lungs burning as he took his first real breath in what felt like an eternity. He was back on the park bench. The cold night air a shocking balm on his skin. He was slumped forward, held up only by the two women clinging to him. Fubuki was sobbing with relief, her face buried in his tracksuit jacket. Tatsumaki was slumped against his other side, pale and trembling, the psychic exertion having pushed her to her absolute limit. He could feel the fine tremors running through her body. He slowly, carefully, wrapped his arms around them both, pulling them into a hug. His touch was no longer hesitant or fearful. It was sure, steady, and filled with a love so immense it fell. Like it could fill the cosmos that had just rejected him. I'm here, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I'm sorry, I'm here now. They stayed like that for a long time, a trio huddled together on a park bench under the impassive moon, finding solace and strength in each other's presence. Later, back in the warmth and safety of their apartment, he told them everything. The nightmares, the witnesses' words, the seductive offer of godhood, and his terror of his own power. He laid his soul bare, hiding nothing. They listened without judgment. When he was done, Fubuki simply took his hand. The one he had dreamed could destroy her, and held it to her cheek. You're not a weapon, Izuku. You're a man, our man, and we're not afraid. Tatsumaki, having recovered some of her strength, just scoffed, though her eyes were suspiciously bright. Of course we're not afraid, you big idiot. You're too gentle to hurt a fly, unless that fly is a city-destroying monster. Now stop with all the depressing talk. You're making the air all gloomy. He looked at them, truly looked at them, and saw not fear, but an unshakable faith. They were his anchors. They were his humanity. The witness had tried to break his spirit by showing him the vast, empty meaninglessness of the universe. But it had failed. It had shown him a universe without them, and in doing so, had only proven that they were the only things that had any meaning at all. The threat was not gone. An angered cosmic entity was a problem for another day. But for now, curled up on the sofa with Fubuki's head on his lap and Tatsumaki leaning against his back. Fast asleep from her ordeal, Izuku Midoriya felt an overwhelming sense of peace. He had been offered a place beside a god, the keys to the multiverse. He had chosen to stay home. And it was the easiest choice he had ever made. Chapter 8. A serious punch for a boring god. The first sign that the world was ending was not a boom, but a hum. It started subtly, a low W frequency thrum that vibrated up through the soles of their feet, through the concrete foundation of their small apartment building, and into the marrow of their bones. In the quiet morning light, Izuku was standing at the kitchen counter, meticulously attempting to slice a green onion. It was a task that required far more concentration for him than, say, halting a meteor. The knife, a standard-issue santoku, felt like a flimsy toothpick in his grip, and he was intensely focused on applying just enough pressure to cut the vegetable without cleaving through the cutting board, the granite countertop, and the floor below. Fubuki was seated at their small dining table, nursing a cup of coffee and scrolling through hero news feeds on a tablet. Her brow was furrowed, not with her old insecurity, but with the focused concern of someone who had taken it upon themselves to be the strategic brain for the world's most powerful person. Tatsumaki was floating cross-legged a few inches above the couch, eyes closed. A faint emerald aura pulsing around her as she telekinetically separated the marshmallows from a box of children's cereal she'd insisted on buying. It was a picture of such profound, hard-won domesticity that its eventual shattering felt like a crime against the universe itself. Then came the hum. Fubuki's head snapped up. Do you feel that? Tatsumaki's eyes opened, the green glow around her intensifying. It's not an earthquake. It's wrong. Izuku paused his delicate work with the onion. He felt it too. It was a vibration in the very fabric of space, a discordant note in the symphony of reality. He looked out the window. The sky, a perfectly pleasant blue moments ago, was beginning to shimmer at the edges, like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. Colors bled into one another in ways that made the eyes ache. The blue of the sky seemed to drain downwards, while the gray of the distant skyscrapers stretched upwards, their defined edges blurring into a hazy, indistinct smear. "What is it?" Fubuki asked, her voice tight with alarm as she stood up, her tablet clattering onto the table. "It's him," Tatsumaki said, her voice a low, dangerous growl. She wasn't floating playfully anymore. She was rigid, a coiled spring of psychic energy. The witness. "He's angry." Izuku's calm expression hardened. The gentle man trying to make breakfast was gone, laced by the hero who had stared down oblivion. He didn't like being told no. The hum intensified into a deafening, soul-shaking groan. Outside, the world began to unravel. Gravity flickered. For a terrifying second, everything in the apartment lifted an inch off the ground. The table, the chairs, the three of them, before slamming back down. Cars on the street below bounced as if they were toys. People screamed as the fundamental laws of physics turned into mere suggestions. Then the sky cracked. It wasn't like glass shattering. It was as if the canvas of the world had been slashed open by a razor blade of pure non-existence. A jagged, black line split the heavens from horizon to horizon, a wound in reality that bled not blood, but a chaotic, swirling miasma of colors that had no names. From these rifts, things began to pour out. They weren't monsters in the traditional sense. There were no claws or fangs or scales. They were living heresies against logic. Geometrical shapes that folded in on themselves in impossible dimensions, their angles screaming silently. Writhing masses of shadow that seemed to consume the light around them, leaving patches of absolute, terrifying blackness hanging in the air. Crystalline entities that refracted the distorted world into a million panicked images, their chimes the sound of fracturing sanity. They were the physical refuse of a bored god's imagination, given form and a singular, malevolent purpose, to erase the game he had grown tired of. The global hero networks exploded into a cacophony of panicked alerts. In every major city, on every continent, the rifts opened. The invasion was instantaneous and absolute. "We have to go," Fubuki said, her voice regaining its command. She was already tapping into communications, her mind processing the deluge of information. The epicenter of the manifestation, it's massive. A distortion centered over the ruins of City A. "Let the small fry handle the distractions," Tatsumaki spat, her hair beginning to float around her as her power surged. "We go for the head." Izuku nodded, his gaze fixed on the weeping wound in the sky. He had already pulled on his simple yellow jumpsuit and red boots. The unassuming uniform of the world's last hope. He looked at the two women beside him, Fubuki, her eyes alight with tactical brilliance and fierce determination, Tatsumaki, radiating a storm of emerald power. A defiant goddess in her own right. His anchors, his reason. "Let's go," he said, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of an absolute certainty. "He's been waiting for a real fight. It's rude to keep him waiting." Quote. Tatsumaki smirked, a feral, terrifying expression of pure confidence. She grabbed both Izuku's and Fubuki's arms, and the world outside their window dissolved into a smear of green light. They shot into the fractured sky like a meteor, a trio against the end of all things. Humanity did not go quietly. The sudden, planet-wide assault was designed to induce shock and despair. To break the will of Earth's protectors before a meaningful resistance could be mounted. The witness, in its cosmic arrogance, had underestimated the sheer, stubborn refusal of mortals to lie down and die. Across the globe, a desperate, valiant stand was being made. In the heart of a burning Tokyo, Endeavor was a pillar of incandescent rage against the encroaching madness. A creature of impossible angles. A living tesseract that spun and unfolded with sickening speed, was methodically erasing city blocks, simply by existing near them. Buildings didn't crumble. They just ceased to be. The monster ignored the frantic attacks from lesser heroes, their quirks fizzling out against its incomprehensible geometry. "Get back," Endeavor roared, his voice a volcanic eruption. He unleashed a torrent of fire. A prominence burned so intense it turned the very air to glass. The flames washed over the tesseract, and for a moment, the creature's impossible spinning faltered. He saw it, then. Not a weakness, but a logic. The heat was disrupting the dimensional friction that held its form together. More. I need more fire, he bellowed to the surrounding heroes. But they were spent, their quirks exhausted. Endeavor gritted his teeth, his own body screaming in protest. The heat was scorching him from the inside out, his vision swimming. He thought of his family. He thought of Shoto, finally forging his own path. He thought of the quiet respect he'd been forced to develop for the bald man in the ridiculous jumpsuit, a power so absolute it made his own lifelong ambition seem like a child's tantrum. He wasn't fighting for the #1 spot anymore. He was fighting for a world where his son could become a better hero than he ever was. With a final, guttural scream that tore his throat raw, he pushed past his limits. His flames, once a brilliant orange, burned with a blinding, celestial white. Flashfire fist. Jet burn, purgatory. He became a living star, a guided missile of pure thermal energy. And slammed into the core of the Tesseract. The world went white. The creature shrieked, a sound like grinding galaxies, and its form destabilized, collapsing in on itself and vanishing with a final sickening pop. Endeavor fell from the sky, unconscious and horrifically burned, but alive. He had held the line. Miles away, in a district ravaged by swarms of light-eating shadow creatures. A strange and potent alliance fought back to back. The weakened, skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi, All Might, stood beside the aging, wizened figure of Bang, the S-class hero Silver Fang. They have no solid form, young Bang. All Might called out, his voice thin but still carrying the echo of its former authority. Direct attacks are useless. Bang didn't need to be told. His body flowed like water. His hands a blur. He wasn't striking the creatures. He was using his water stream rock-smashing fist to manipulate the air currents and debris around them, creating vacuums and vortexes that dispersed the shadows, forcing them to retreat. It was a masterful display of skill over brute force. They fear the light, Bang observed, his old eyes sharp. He deflected. A tendril of shadow with the back of his hand, the darkness recoiling as if struck. Their nature is to consume it, but a sudden, intense burst seems to drive them back. A young pro-hero with a light generation quirk was cowering nearby. His power sputtering with fear. All Might turned to him, and though his form was frail, his smile was as bright and reassuring as it had ever been. "My boy," he said, placing a steadying hand on the hero's shoulder. "Your quirk is our greatest weapon here. Be the sun for us. We will be your shield." Inspired by the words of the former #1, the young hero's courage returned. He unleashed a blinding flash of light. In the searing radiance, the shadow creatures writhed and hissed, their forms becoming thin and insubstantial. It was the opening they needed. All Might, channeling the last embers of One for All into his fist, delivered a precise, powerful Texas smash not at the creatures, but at the weakened pavement beneath them, creating a shock wave that kicked up a storm of illuminated dust, scouring them away. Bang moved through the remaining few like a ghost, his martial arts disrupting their ephemeral bodies until they dissolved into nothing. They were old, they were tired, and they were magnificent. They were holding the line. All over the world, similar stories were unfolding. Hawks zipped through the skies over Fukuoka, his fire E-wings plucking civilians from the paths of crystalline entities while using his longest, sharpest feathers to shatter them by targeting their resonant frequencies. In the evacuation zones outside Kyoto, the students of UA's Class 1A, under Aizawa's grim supervision, formed a formidable defense. Bakugo's explosions were chaotic but undeniably effective at crowd control. Todoroki's massive black ires created barriers that redirected the flow of the mindless monsters. Uraraka's zero gravity was used not for combat, but to lift entire chunks of falling debris, saving hundreds of lives at a time. Every hero, from the S-class titans to the newest rookies, was fighting with a desperate, unified purpose. They were buying time. They were holding the line. They were placing their faith in the rocketing towards the source of their apocalypse. The journey to City A was a flight through a Bosch painting conceived by a mad god. The very concept of distance and direction had become fluid. The trio flew through clouds that wept molten sorrow and past skies that reflected inverted, screaming landscapes. The air itself was a physical obstacle, thick with despair and the psychic pressure of the witness's rage. "Shields up!" Fubuki yelled, her hands glowing with a soft, cyan light. A hexagonal barrier of psychic energy formed around them, just in time to deflect a wave of pure apathy that washed over them. It was an attack not on the body, but on the soul, designed to make them forget why they were fighting, to make them simply give up and let go. "Annoying little gnat," Tatsumaki snarled, reinforcing Fubuki's shield with her own overwhelming power. The emerald and cyan energies intertwined, creating a barrier that was both flexible and immensely durable. "He's not even taking us seriously. He's just swatting at us." Izuku remained silent, his gaze locked forward. He was their battering ram. Whenever a physical anomaly appeared in their path, a floating mountain range made of petrified nightmares, a river of boiling time that flowed uphill, he would simply punch a hole straight through it. His punches didn't create shockwaves here. In this warped reality, they created pockets of temporary, absolute normalcy, clearing their path for a few precious seconds at a time. Their teamwork was a perfectly synchronized dance of power, strategy, and will. Fubuki was the navigator and defensive anchor, her mind processing the impossible terrain and calling out incoming conceptual threats. Tatsumaki was the primary weapon, her psychic power a great, green scythe that cleared red swarms of lesser manifestations from their path, tearing them apart on a subatomic level. Izuku was the key, the one unshakable constant in a world of variables, the force that could punch through reality itself. "We're getting close," Fubuki announced, pointing ahead. "The distortion is folding in on itself there. That's the core." Ahead of them, the ruins of City A were barely recognizable. The entire area was a swirling vortex of cosmic energy, a maelstrom of raw creation and destruction. At its center, a form was beginning to coalesce. It was a being of pure, indifferent power, a humanoid shape made of stars and nebulae. Its face a blank canvas of cosmic dust. It had no discernible features, yet they could feel its gaze upon them, a gaze of profound, soul-crushing boredom. The witness was finally deigning to manifest. As they approached, the pressure intensified 1,000-fold. It was the weight of a universe pressing down on them. "This is as far as I can fly," Tatsumaki grunted, the veins on her forehead standing out as she fought to keep them moving forward. "The gravity well is too strong. We have to land." She guided them to a floating slab of what might have once been a road. A makeshift platform a few hundred yards from the coalescing god. The moment they landed, the true fight began. The witness didn't attack them with monsters or energy blasts. It attacked them with itself. Its very presence was anathema to their existence, and reality buckled and tore around them. "It's trying to unright us," Fubuki gasped, clutching her head as a wave of ontological pressure hit them. For a horrifying instant, she felt her own memories begin to fray, her name slipping from her grasp. "Not today," Tatsumaki hissed, her small frame trembling with the sheer effort of resisting. A vast dome of emerald energy erupted from her, pushing back against the encroaching nothingness. But it wasn't enough. The dome flickered, cracks appearing in its structure. She was He's second most powerful hero on the planet, and she was being overwhelmed by a being's passive aura. She looked at Fubuki, who was struggling to maintain her own smaller, more tactical shield. In that moment of shared peril, a lifetime of rivalry, jealousy, and misunderstanding melted away, replaced by an unbreakable bond of sisterhood. "Fubuki," Tatsumaki yelled over the cosmic roar. "Together. All of it. Give me everything you have." Quote. Fubuki didn't hesitate. She looked at her sister, then at Izuku, who stood calmly between them, his body an unbreachable wall against the worst of the physical distortions. She closed her eyes and reached out not with her power, but with her heart. She focused on her love for her sister, her admiration for the powerful woman she had always been, and her deep, abiding love for the kind, simple man who had shown them both that it was okay to be vulnerable. She poured all of it into her psychic energy, a stream of pure cyan light that flowed into Tatsumaki. The effect was instantaneous. Tatsumaki's power, already monumental, swelled to a scale she had never imagined. The emerald and cyan energies didn't just mix, they fused, creating a shimmering, iridescent field of psionic force that was more than the sum of its parts. It was their combined will, their shared love, made manifest. "Izuku!" Tatsumaki screamed, her voice strained but triumphant as their combined shield solidified, creating a perfect, stable bubble of reality around them. This is it. We can hold it, but we can't do it for long. This is your stage. The strain was unimaginable. Fubuki collapsed to one knee, blood trickling from her nose, but her focus never wavered, her energy continuing to flow into her sister. Tatsumaki was deathly pale, her body vibrating violently. They were holding back a god, buying him seconds that felt like centuries. They were his shield, his support, his everything. And they were doing it with nothing but their willpower and their love for him. Izuku turned to face the witness. He was inside their bubble of borrowed time, the roaring chaos of the universe held at bay by the two most important people in his life. He could feel their struggle, their pain, their absolute faith in him. It filled him with a quiet, cold fury. He saw the witness fully now, a colossal figure of apathy, gazing down at them with the disinterest of a child about to step on an anthill. It wasn't evil, it was worse, it was indifferent. It caused all this suffering, all this pain, not out of malice, but because it was a momentary diversion from its eternal ennui. It was the ultimate bully. He thought back to his life. A small, quirkless boy, crying in an alleyway after being beaten up by Bakugo and his friends. They weren't evil either. They were just bored, using their power to feel big at the expense of someone small. He looked from the cosmic entity back to the two women holding reality together for him. He remembered his dream, the one the witness had invaded. The offer of godhood, of seeing wonders beyond imagination. He thought of the wonders he already had. The taste of katsudon his mother used to make. The feeling of a successful bargain on sale day at the supermarket. The determined, beautiful furrow of Fubuki's brow when she was concentrating. The rare, breathtaking sight of Tatsumaki's genuine, unguarded smile. Her reluctant praise. Fubuki's hand in his. The shared warmth of their small, cluttered apartment. These were not insignificant things on a speck of dust. They were everything. They were the entire universe. The witness finally spoke, its voice not a sound, but a concept imprinted directly on his mind. It is pointless. Your struggles are a fleeting, meaningless spark. Why cling so tightly to something so small? Izuku looked at the cosmic god, and for the first time since breaking his limiter, he felt the stirrings of a profound, serious emotion. He pulled back his fist. The air inside the psychic bubble didn't stir. The energy didn't crackle. All the power was contained within him, a universe of force coiled into a single point. You fight because you're bored, Izuku said, his voice calm, clear, and carrying across the chaos. He wasn't just speaking to the witness. He was making a statement of purpose, a declaration of his own existence. I fight for them. He pushed his fist forward. Serious punch. The impact was absolute silence. There was no shockwave, no explosion of light, no cataclysmic roar. The punch wasn't aimed at the entity's physical form of stars and dust. It was aimed deeper. It was a targeted strike against a concept. The concept of the witness's connection to their dimension. The concept of its very presence in their reality. The fist connected, and for a single, infinite moment, everything stopped. Then, the witness began to unravel. It didn't scream or thrash. Its cosmic form simply faded. The stars within it extinguished one by one. The nebulae that formed, its limbs thinned into wisps of vapor. The silent, terrifying pressure of its existence vanished. It was like an ink drawing being erased from a page, leaving nothing behind. The punch had not destroyed it. It had removed the very possibility that it had ever been there at all. As the last mote of its cosmic dust dissipated, the world snapped back into place. The rifts in the sky sealed themselves, stitching the fabric of reality back together. The grotesque, logic-defying monsters all over the planet dissolved into harmless particles of light and faded away. The gravity stabilized. The colors returned to their proper places. The sun, which had been blotted out by the chaos, shone down once more. The hum was gone. There was only the sound of the wind. The iridescent shield around them collapsed. Tatsumaki and Fubuki fell, completely drained, caught in Izuku's arms. They were exhausted, battered, and bleeding, but they were alive. They were safe. He held them close, one in each arm, and looked up at the clean, unbroken blue sky. The world was saved. The fight was over. Weeks later, the world was rebuilding, but it was also rethinking. The Hero Public Safety Commission, exposed for its corruption and its tyrannical attempt to control Izuku, had been forcibly dismantled by a global coalition. In its place, a new, more transparent system was being forged, one built on the reluctant cooperation between the pro-heroes of Japan and the Hero Association, a system that now had to account for the proven existence of threats that defied all known science. The word, God, level, was no longer a theoretical classification, it was a scar on the collective memory of humanity. But scars fade. Life, stubbornly, goes on. Sunlight streamed through the window of a small, quiet apartment, illuminating dancing dust motes. The television was off. The news feeds were ignored. The world and its problems could wait. At the kitchen sink stood Izuku Midoriya, wearing a pink apron over a plain white t-shirt. He was staring with immense concentration at a dinner plate in his hands, carefully scrubbing it with a sponge. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost comically gentle, as he tried to exert just enough force to clean the plate without accidentally compressing it into a ceramic singularity. A little more to the left, you missed a spot of sauce, a voice directed from the couch. Fubuki was lying there, curled up under a blanket, looking utterly content. A faint, healing bruise was still visible on her temple, the only lingering physical sign of their battle. She was smiling, her usual tactical sharpness replaced by a soft, teasing warmth. "It's not sauce, it's a floral pattern," Izuku replied, squinting at the plate. If you think the flowers are greasy, you should probably scrub them anyway," she countered, her smile widening into a laugh. A quiet grumble came from the air beside the couch. "Honestly, it's pathetic. He can punch a hole in reality but he can't wash a dish properly." Tatsumaki was floating on her side, mirroring Fubuki's pose. She was dressed in simple pajamas, her expression fixed in its default state of mild annoyance. "Just let me do it." "No," Izuku and Fubuki said in unison. "The last time you did the dishes, you telekinetically scoured them with steel wool and stripped the finish off everything," Fubuki reminded her. "They were clean, weren't they?" Tatsumaki huffed, turning away with a pout. But as Izuku placed the meticulously cleaned plate onto the drying rack, a faint green aura, almost too quick to see, surrounded the plate and wicked away every last drop of water, leaving it perfectly dry. She glanced over, saw that no one had noticed her secret assistance, and allowed a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk to touch her lips. Izuku picked up the next plate and began the delicate process all over again. He listened to them bicker, a familiar and comforting melody. The gentle sound of Fubuki's laughter. The sharp edge of Tatsumaki's feigned irritation. The warmth of the sun on his back. The simple, solid weight of the plate in his hands. He had been offered the universe. Power beyond comprehension. A seat beside a cosmic entity, the chance to witness the birth and death of galaxies. He could have been a god. He looked over his shoulder at the two women on his couch. Fubuki caught his eye and gave him a soft, loving smile that made his heart feel impossibly full. Tatsumaki, sensing his gaze, glanced at him and quickly looked away, but not before he saw the flicker of genuine affection in her emerald eyes. He had the power to be a god, but he chose to be this. A man in an apron, carefully washing the dishes, in a small apartment, with them. Izuku smiled. It was the easiest choice he had ever made.